I'm over here. Headphones are backwards. Hello, y'all. What's going on? Hey. How's it going? Took me a bit to start today. Hope y'all don't mind. How is it going? It's Friday. It's the weekend. That means it's time for some viewer levels from y'all, the people at home. I see we have 2 in the queue. Let me first say a couple things before we begin. 2 things real quick. 1, I got into Bluesky. There's the name. It's just my normal name. .bisky.social, which is the default extension. I don't know what that is at the end of the name, but like nearly everyone has it, so whatever it is, that's what I got, and that's where I am at. Y'all could follow me there if y'all got in. I'll have invites. I guess I could give those out. I don't know. Seems okay. Seems a little barren. Seems like there's not that many people in yet, and those who are in don't post perhaps as much as I remember people posting on Twitter. But seems good. I don't know. Thank you for the follow, Otaku. Kisses. I'm not following what you just said. You memed. You maybe English not your first language. It's Saturday for you right now. Gotcha. Okay. Friday here. That was maybe German or something. That kind of looks like German from my like you know, I don't know the language very well. I've never studied it or looked at it. I just know like it could be anything. I don't know. What do I know? Anyway, the second thing is you might have noticed that there's new starting soon music. Just wanted to say one last time that yep, new starting soon music. Usually I switch those off as a pair, both the starting soon music and the break music, but decided to just do the starting soon music because I was getting some false flags when I was getting some like copyright hits when I was uploading the Atlantis music to YouTube. So not because of Grant Kirkhope, no, but because someone apparently has done a cover of Banjo-Tooie Atlantis and is just copywriting it whenever the algorithm finds Banjo-Tooie's Atlantis, which is very annoying. Very, very annoying to me, considering that they do not own it. And they do relent when I, like, do a claim, you know, and say, like, hey, you don't own that. Fuck off. You know? It keeps striking all your Paper Mario videos? All Paper Mario videos? Wait, all Paper Mario videos are getting stricken by some account? Really? God damn. Like, even... Like, based on what song, Shag? It's happened to Glower another rap. That's so fucking annoying. Anytime someone makes, like, a cover of a song and starts, like, copyright striking anyone using that song because they just plopped it into the fucking algorithm, it's so fucking annoying. I had that with Persona, like, there's some people who did, like, covers of Life Will Change, which I understand because it's a fantastic song, but, man, it's so annoying having to, like, put in the thing like, no, this is not the song that they think it is. This is the original song. This is the game. Just like so frustrating every time. And yeah, definitely just like, YouTube's process does not have a thing that says like, this is not the song they say it is. This is not the song you say it is. This is a different song. You have to be like, it's fair use. I have a fair use exception here. And then put in, like, other. And then write in the thing, yeah, this is not the song. Please understand and stop marking all these things. It's terrible. Really, they should fucking fix that, but what the fuck. It's not a hard Kaizo level, but, trying to make it harder right now, so the level should be easy. Cool. Anyway, that's all the stuff I wanted to stay up front. It is fucking annoying, and, goddamn, I've done, it's good. It's good. I understand what you're saying, Otaku. I will say I like to do Paper Mario randomizers, and if they're just like copyright claiming every Paper Mario VOD, that's gonna be very annoying the next time I do a randomizer run on stream. Unless I do the random music thing that like replaces all the music with like random not Paper Mario music, in which case I would probably be fine. Probably. That's so frustrating. They should fix that. YouTube really gotta get a handle of like, okay, every time if a song is just being like rejected every time, you really need to take that out of the algorithm. And if you own any such song and you realize like, oh shit, I'm copyright claiming everyone who's using Banjo-Tooie, Atlantis. Obviously, most instances of that song is not my cover, so what the fuck? Pull it out, pull it out. I don't know if that's like complicated or like there's like illegal stuff going on. Oh shit, there's a bunch of comments from Lucy. Well, let's read those real fast, but then get onto the thing. Looks like specifically they played the most recent ones that had like some re-uploads, so they should be easy to find. Let me read these comments, then I'll tell you what's going on with my next level, and then we will get to the viewer levels. Amazing level design and ideas. Yes, thank you. That was from days ago. Which one was the next one? Let me see again. Shit. Always need to make a note, like, which levels have the comments, if I'm doing multiple. 3 and 4. Thank you for throwing things at me. There might be a cooldown on that. Maybe I should check on the other side. I think there was fewer than you should have been. 1 second, I'll make you whole. I'll make you whole. Check this out. There you go. Good enough. Cool idea. Good stuff. Very nice, very nice. I should check that, make sure that it's not like it shouldn't have a cooldown on like how fast it can do the Pikmin if people are redeeming it. But I think it does have one as yet. Let me pull up this level. So did a bunch of stuff on stream late night Monday night, working on this level and trying to come up with new ideas and new stuff. One of the big highlights is these guys here, and also the fact that I'm gonna do some sort of situation where the whatchamacallits, the Fuzzy Beetles are going to do a thing. This is all still very bullshit though, and I'm not 100% sure where I'm going to go with it. Don't feel like you'll use Spotify to listen to the. Sometimes you use Spotify to listen to on the TV to listen to Spotify. Doesn't feel like playing music, huh? You mean like as opposed to like a record or something? I don't know. Here's another part where I think I want to do a thing. Something where like a bunch of guys are hanging from the ceiling and it'll trigger them and have to deal with them. I think that'd be cool. Finally, there's an area in the subworld, I think, where I was trying some stuff out with like, you know, jumping through some spike stuff. Maybe some flying. Here's my thoughts. It says it's playing music, but there's no sound. Well, then it's not playing music then. Or the volume is just very low. Whatever's going on there, who knows? Let me say where I think this is going. Because I've been trying to find, like, a direction for the level. And I think my thought right now is I want it to start with some sort of flying sequence, where the first room will be some sort of short flight, and then it'll go into the subworld, which will be vertical, and you'll fly some more. And then the second half, you will get off the clown car, and you'll have to deal with just guys in clown cars, and no more flying by yourself. You know, there'll be no more Mario flying at that point. It'll be strictly an on-foot level from then on out. And also you'll have, like, the saws, the rainbows, and also these rainbow pipe formulations, which I think are very nice. There's levels in, like, DKC3 that are sort of like that, you know, where you start out with a squawk section, and then later in the back half, you go on to on foot. Like, Swoopy Salvo, for instance, and also, to an extent, what's that level called where it has... Is that the Arachnid level? Does the Arachnid level have a squawks in it? I think the Arachnid level has a hidden squawks, and that's a whole thing. Yeah, it was the Arachnid level, wasn't it? Like that is sort of the direction I'm going towards, because, you know, I've never done a level that, like, started with flight and ended with walking, and I think that's, sort of a level design niche that, would be worth having one of in my super world. And, still working out the details, still working out how it's gonna work. I would like it if the flight was, you know, you're flying in this regular Koopa car. I would like it if there were, like, reasons to jump out of your Koopa car and, like, jump on an enemy and then jump back in. Can I do a shell jump? Sometimes. I've managed it before. Not entirely reliably, but I'll try. My thought now is that I want to make it so that you're jumping out of the clown cars, you're flying around, and, you know, dealing with enemies coming at you, other such things. I think that'd be cool. Let's, get into the levels now. Let's get out of here. Really need to find more time to work on that. It's been, a while since I started to work on that, but I just haven't found the time to really figure it out and really get something good. Is it ready for uploading? Hell no. It's like maybe a month away. You know, if I had like one really good week, where I had a breakthrough and then just cranked the rest out, just on like sheer like sheer inspiration. It could maybe be done like by the time of the next Mario Maker stream, but I find that very unlikely. Let's go ahead and get into the viewer levels, folks. I'm gonna hit next. The first one up is Lord Bowser. Let me tell you how this works for those who don't know, those who hear first time, whatever. If you are here when your level comes up, I give it the full time of day, plus 15 minutes if that's not enough. Or wait, I said it wrong. I give it the full time of day, which means 15 minutes plus 5 last tries, if that's not enough. Thank you for throwing things at me. If you are not here, we still play the level, but we do so in sudden death. We do so in very nearly, but not quite sudden death, wherein we only have, how many tries do we have during sudden death? 2. We only have 2 in sudden death, so, you know, that's just my way of like, balancing and, prioritizing the people who are present while, still playing more levels, because, playing more levels is fun than playing fewer levels. But still prioritizing the people who are here, who are active, who are ready to go, you know. Ooh, new game? Hello, Frickinelle, how you doing? Yeah, we're just starting, but yeah, I would say good stream. Tui Forest, new level. My throat's a little sore today, I'll say that, but otherwise I can't complain. It's the weekend. I really need to sleep a lot this weekend, and try to get my sleep schedule maybe more on track. Feel like I've been staying up too late in general. You know, I'll say last night did not help on that account. You know, I did a Game Pass stream, played a bunch of Game Pass streams, and went until like 3. Game Pass games that I've never played before. But, that's fine. I've been consistently tired at night. I'll say that. Which, you know, does make me feel like if I wanted to go to sleep instead of like, you know, cramming in one more show or one more episode of a thing, or 2 or 3 more episodes of a thing, I could. You know, it's not like I'm just like, not tired at all at 2 a.m. You know, like, no, I'm tired at 2 a.m. It's just that my tiredness is, outweighed by my sheer determination to watch as many episodes of anime in a week as humanly possible. You know, and to get as much done as possible as far as, like, everything else I want to do. You know, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do a little bit of this, etc., etc. You've been doing 9, 8, 10 all week. I'm a night person. I don't go to sleep before midnight. Honestly, that's kind of a rule of mine because I like to do. I have been doing like Duolingo and Lingo Deer for the last couple of years. I don't really pay attention so much every time I do. I'm just keeping the streak alive most days, just like doing the simplest course I can. You know, to just keep the streak and keep the number getting bigger. But I like to do that at right at midnight, so I don't forget. You know, so like, so I'm doing it like the first possible opportunity. Which means that anytime I go to bed before midnight. Oh, AM. Okay, I thought you meant PM. Okay, shit. You're outdoing me there, yeah. I've had times like that where my sleep schedule is just all the way screwed up like that. And I'll say I'm not going to bed at 2 a.m. More like 3 or 4. 2 or 3 I think would be ideal. Like at 3 a.m. bedtime, I think that is sustainable. At least in my head, it sounds sustainable. The weird fire flower that I can just jump and get. It's 1:30 a.m. right now where you are. Well, that's not. Yeah. Hope you're a night person then, like I am. You go to sleep at 5 a.m. That's pretty late. You know, you get to like 5 or 6, you gotta worry about like, damn it, you know, cars and like lawnmowers are starting up. You get to like 6 or 7, like, oh no, people are getting up, they're starting their cars, there's like stuff outside that's making noise, you know. If you don't need to do something the next day. I do tend to stay up later on the weekend as well, I'll say that. But I really should not. I should really just get up at a reasonable time and just do more during the day. And I'll say, like, the thing about staying up late is like, there is part of me that's like, it's midnight. You know, part of me is thinking, it's midnight. I'm not gonna do anything that looks like work right now. You know, I'm not going to, like, you know, work on, like, thumbnails or, like, descriptions for my YouTube videos or the VODs, right? I'm not gonna, like, do anything productive. Anything that feels productive, you can't do it at midnight. At least I can't do. And it's just like, nah, I should be sleeping. I could just watch, like, 1 or 2 or 3 more episodes of things. Maybe 4 or 5, actually, if I can squeeze them in. It's dark and quiet at night. Yeah. Thank you for Level Lord Bowser. I thought that was really nice. Those patooies worked quite well. Some of them were a bit weird, but like they had like the wind was weirdly low. Don't know what was up with that, but it was very cool. Let's go ahead and end timer. I will say, just for peace and quiet, I have these, like, loop earplugs that I use. They're, like, non-disposable earplugs, you know, you can reuse them. And honestly, there have been days recently where I just keep them in all day, like, all the way through the workday. Like, get up, keep them in, maybe take them out to eat or something, because they're kind of weird to eat with on. It sounds weird if you're eating with earplugs in. I don't know if you know that, but the sound of like your mouth mashing sounds really weird with earplugs. But it is very nice to just be like sitting around doing work and like I can hear like nothing. I can't hear the AC. I can't hear the outside. You know, I could hear the TV if the TV were on, or if I was playing music or YouTube or whatever the fuck. I could hear that, but like anything that's I don't want to hear, the earplugs are pretty good at getting rid of, which is really sick. Next level. Let me hit complete. Bowser, you can go ahead and put in another one. I think you were on the right track there. I think that's good. Next level is by Otaku. You need the luck, says Otaku. I believe you. I'm gonna do a card. I got these cards, and on them are things that I've been thinking about talking about, like up to this stream. Here's the first card. Did you watch the Rivals 2 reveal? There was a new trailer at EVO, apparently, of Rivals 2. They announced like a week ago that they were adding a new character, that there was another new character that they were showing off at EVO. They've only revealed like a handful so far, and you know, as a result, most of the existing Rivals of Aether 1 characters are not in, and sure enough, this reveal was for another one of the revealing characters. It's returning characters. It's Maple from the first game, and she looks like she does in the first game, except with a couple new tricks. Like she has like 2 new plant friends that are based on the Pummel Special and the Ledge Special, which look like neat additions to her kit. I'll say, like, every time I see, like, the new specials, like, in that game where, you know, Rivals of Aether is a 2D, like, platform fighter. Rivals 2 is, like, a 3D one. So, first off, you know, it's all 3D rendered. It looks beautiful. And, they've added grabs and ledges and also special moves that you can do while grabbing a guy and while pummeling a guy and while on ledge. And also, there's a get-up special as well. And it's all very neat, and even on our returning characters, it's like, oh shit, you added like 2 new moves. It almost feels like, you know what it feels like? It feels like Super Smash Bros. Melee. You know? You remember when Smash Bros. Melee... I don't know if y'all remember when Smash Bros. Melee came out. Okay, we did it wrong, clearly. It's a speed run, but this timer, is it a tight timer? Not sure if it's a tight timer or not, but it might be. That's a weird sort of variant of a shell jump, I think. So, it feels like Smash Bros. Melee. You know, when Smash Bros. Melee came out and they were like, hey, we have a new special move, it's called the side special. It was like the sickest shit ever, you know? Melee is ancient. Oh, making me feel old. I remember when Melee came out and they're like, side special, and it's like, holy shit, every character has a new special. Every character has a new move that's just like an integral part of their kit. And, you know, Smash Brothers hasn't had that really since Melee. Unless you count Final Smashes, which, okay, in fairness, Final Smashes are supposed to also be that. But they're kind of not because they're optional and most people taking it seriously don't use them because well, I shouldn't say they ruin the game, but I think for most people, they ruin the game. It's not tight, okay. So maybe we can get that Shelmet before we leave the first area, then. That'll help a bit. And it's remarkable, I feel like, in a genre that is always that is full of like other games and like cases where, you know, other games and also like other games and also like a ton of iteration and a ton of like development, that they have found like 2 new special moves that they can jam into everyone's kit. You know, there's the, and again I'll say what they are if you don't know. In Rivals 2, they have the pummel special, which is a special move you use while you're grabbing, and you basically have some sort of special effect on your pummel. There's the get up special where it's like, instead of doing a regular get up attack, you do like some other special thing, and it's sort of like tangentially, character related. It's characterful. The get up special. And also there's a ledge special that you do while you're on a ledge. Oh, look at that first try. Oh, that second part got us. You should try to cheese-proof your levels. Maybe. I don't know. I don't mind that there's cheese here. And it's not like the cheese, you know, will always super help you. Whoop! Didn't stop thinking for a second there. All these options, I'm just really, like, enamored with them, you know? And also, I'll say, like, in particular, the pummel special is really cool, in that the way that it works is that, you know how in Smash Brothers, right? To break out of a grab, you have to, like, mash the stick. You have to mash the, it's like the A button, right? You have to mash the main attack button, just, like, repeatedly. And, usually if the player is, like, mashing ideally, the other player can get in safely, like, 2 or 3 pummels before throwing. And, you know, it's kind of a annoying thing, an annoying element of the design of that there game. Well, in Rivals 2, when you pummel someone, you can either do a special pummel or a regular pummel. And the way that breaking out of a pummel works is it's a guessing game. And if you guess right, you know, if you guess like, oh, they're gonna do a regular pummel, and you guess that, you break out. If you guess they're gonna do a special pummel and they do a special pummel, you break out. Which I think is a really cool way to make that into like a mind game, rather than like a, rather than just like fucking mashing, which I've never been a fan of. So yeah, not the most exciting announcements. Rivals 2, just because, you know, it's an existing character. What's the best and worst viewer level you've ever played? Now, Shag, I cannot play favorites. As far as, like... I was trying to kill myself there. Not... Don't take that out of context. I was trying to kill Mario there. Please understand. And you know, that's, suicide is a serious thing. You don't joke about that. But, didn't work out. Hello, Moyako. As far as the worst, probably some, like, intentionally bad level that they know that they were doing a bad thing and just wanted to make me suffer. A level like that that's 500 seconds long and you can die at the end, oh, that's probably definitely the worst, and also the viewer who put that in absolutely knew it was supposed to be terrible, and they loved how terrible it was, presumably. There was a level of that sort where I, like, had time in the middle of it just to go to my closet and pull out some GBA games and do a little show and tell until the point where I had to move again and I totally whiffed it and died. Biffed it and died. Whiffed it and died? Anyway. I'll say on Rivals of Aether, that game's coming out next year. Looking forward to, like, whenever they feel like they can start really increasing the rate of these reveals. You know, I don't know, like, how many characters they're targeting, but I would love to see, like, as much as the remaining cast, of the original cast as possible, like, just return. You know, as much as they're bringing back, I'd like to see that, like, as soon as possible. And as far as new characters, like, I am very, very optimistic, you know, and feeling like, oh shit. Feel like they got some surprises in the works, some new stuff, you know. By logic, right? Rivals of Aether is a game where there's 4 different elements, right? Logically, then, there's probably at least 4 new characters that are, you know, element-based. There might have been more if, you know, if it hadn't been, like, full 3D for the first time, so, you know, they have to remake all the characters from scratch, pretty much. But, like, 4 gotta be baseline, but could it be 8? Could it be 12? It's probably not 12. Maybe in DLC. Maybe DLC will be 12. But, I have my hopes up for, like... I have my hopes up for 8. And, you know, apparently I think there were, like, 4 characters from Dungeons of Aether, which is a roguelike game that came out earlier this year that spun off of Rivals of Aether. And the first of the new characters is from Dungeons of Aether. So I am wondering, like, okay, are 4 of the characters gonna be those 4? There's 1 from each element, so it would work. I could see that. I could also see, like, some full-on originals that have just never been seen before. And I know that they also have some side characters that have appeared in, like, their trailers or whatever. You know, ones that are, like, involved in the plots of other characters. That's always just an easy way to, like, get in a new character that people have heard of. You know, I guess, like, I think of, like, Overwatch, right? Where it's like, okay, we added this background character that was in these comics already. You know this character already, so, you know, maybe you'll be interested or something. Have they done that? They've done that often? I don't know. Maybe they haven't really done that often. They're more just straight up originals, I suppose. Anyway, Rivals of Aether 2, or sorry, Rivals 2 is what it's called. That's gonna be one hell of a game. I'm really looking forward to that. I'll say, I think that might be, I don't know if this is out of pocket. I think that might be my most anticipated game of 2024, of next year, just right now. I think that's gonna be so sweet. I think that's gonna be so sick. I want another card. We got more cards. Did you see there's a Pokemon Presents next week? Pokemon Presents, they announced one for next week. That'll probably just be... It'll probably just be, like, information about the DLC, right? But at the same time, like, hey, you know, there's multiple, Pokemon games that aren't on N64 Online yet. They could announce, like, hey, Pokemon Stadium 2 is next week. You know, it's like... They could just put out Pokemon Stadium 2 on Nintendo's 64 Online if they wanted to. And that'd be sick. There also could be, like, I don't know, more games. Probably Pokemon Unite will have some sort of announcement. I've played Pokemon Unite before. I've liked it. I've not really, like, it's not really a game I've kept up with. I bet by now I qualify for, like, a returning player bonus. And I could get in there and, you know, and, like, get some sort of bonus XP for getting back into Pokemon Unite. And I might do that at some point, spend, like, a couple weeks playing that, and then stop playing it after all the extra rewards dry up. I assume Pokemon Unite's still going strong, right? I mean, it's pretty cool, I think. It's like a MOBA game, but, you know, 10 minutes long, and for some reason, it has a focus on, like, dunking, basketball style. It is like a weird basketball MOBA, is how I would describe Pokemon Unite, which would be it's a weird thing for a Pokemon game to be, but that's just what it is. It's a basketball MOBA. You slam dunk your Pokeballs into the hoop, and that's how you score. I don't know what to do! That wasn't it! Also, I can't die! The Shelmet made it so I can't die in that little death hole. Anyway, that's gonna be cool. The real question is when the sequel of Lovers of Aether will come out. That is a good question. That was an April Fool's game, wasn't it? Like, an actual visual novel that they put out to, as like an April Fool's joke. That's great. I love their April Fool's jokes. The one thing I'll say about Rivals of Aether is I don't know, like, how much they need, like, an extended, like, I don't know how much Rivals need spin-offs, but, you know, I do think it's really cool now that, you know, they have all this opportunity to put in new characters and, such. Here's something I hope that people are doing. I don't know if there's, like, some sort of, like, agreement between the workshop people, between people on the workshop or not, but, you know, with these new characters that they've announced, workshop people could absolutely just make them. Oh, you know what? Shit, I just remembered something. So, we got the 4 Dungeons of Aether's characters, right? They also said that they were going to do 1 workshop character at least. They had, like, some sort of, like, opening for, like, okay, some new character from the workshop that's made after today, or after, like, a week ago, is gonna get into Rivals 2 as a base character. So, I guess that means if the Dungeons of Aether guys are in there, I guess that means that, like, they'll be... If they're keeping the elements balanced, and also doing the Dungeons of Aether's full cast, then it's gotta be 8, right? Maybe that's a stretch. You know, hey, maybe the one that they choose isn't gonna be an element one. Well, actually, no, that's not true. They said that elemental fit was going to be a consideration, so it will be an elemental one. Could also be that there'll be some non-elemental ones, like Ori and Shovel Knight in the first game, though they were DLC. All the elements were balanced until the fire element attacked. Yes, that's a line from not an anime, a cartoon. Very good cartoon. People like that cartoon a lot. I like the sequel to that cartoon more than the actual cartoon. 5 tries left. We got 5 tries left to do it. Let's go. This is what happens when we run out of time. What? Oh! Jeez. I feel like we were fucking getting there. And the Shelmet cheese really helped us out. Right the button. We could do this, folks. What? Otaku. Am I screwed here? Yes, I am screwed. This is 5 last tries. When the timer runs out, when the timer runs out, I gotta... we have 5 last tries to beat whatever level is, up. At least before the lightning round. The lightning round will be a whole thing. It's great. Later, you'll see the lightning round. Look at that, I have a list. Yeah, there's the list of commands. You can find out where the Discord is at, as well as other such things. Quite a few of them. Haven't really touched the commands in a while. I feel like you need to... Did I forget to mark one off? Whatever, I'm probably still good. Last try, let's go. I feel like I might have forgotten to do one life, but it's fine. Good tries, but that's it. Thank you for the level. You know, I will say, just because I cannot complete a level doesn't mean you can't resubmit it. At this point, I would imagine when your level comes up again, it will be in the lightning round, in which, I'll tell you what the lightning round is for those who don't know what the lightning round is. The lightning round is at the end of the stream, maybe the last hour or two of the stream, the last half, really. And during the lightning round, we only get 5 tries to beat each level that comes our way. 5 tries from the jump, refreshing at checkpoint, and 7 for subs. And also for the first level of the lightning round. So, look forward to that. That's a good time. It's a time of the stream where, you know, it really moves. And I'll say, whether I cannot complete a level during this part of the stream or during the lightning round, you can always resubmit it, so don't consider your levels burnt or used up or whatever. You know, it's all in good fun. It's all good. Do not worry, do not fret. X-Men, you are up. X-Men does not appear to be in chat right now. I will @ X-Men and say you are up. If X-Men is not here, we'll be doing it in, we'll be doing X-Men's level in, sudden death, which is a thing. Sudden death, we only have 2 tries. Refreshing at checkpoints. That is what happens when someone is not up, when their level comes up. If you are here, X-Men, I will, we'll do the full 15, plus 5 last tries, as with the previous level. Let me do a card. Did you see that there are Nintendo Switch 2 rumors? I don't know if these rumors are really that well substantiated, but they're about what everyone expected, so, you know, I feel like everyone's just sort of taking them at face value. Apparently, they're saying that they'll probably be next year. Cool, cool. Look at this. For Woe the Gamer Guy, Snow Bear, I know those two. Tathuskis for A Robe, A Deadly Fly. Feel like I know Deadly Fly as well. I think I might recognize a Dead Fly. Oh, that's different. A Dead Fly sounds a little bit familiar. Oh boy, yeah, we're in sudden death unless X-Men shows up. So, you know, I'm not really liking our odds here. I will say, one guy has cleared this. What's the comment look like? So tough. That's not a good sign. Dr. M. Is Dr. M the one who cleared it? No, but left a heart anyway. Woe Gamer also didn't clear it. Snowy looks like hasn't given it a shot yet. Snow Bear, you know. Cool, cool. I'm gonna straighten up. I'll stall for 2 seconds in case X-Men is just like rushing to the PC or whatever is chatting on. The Switch rumors, I'm kind of glad that it's not like this year. I'm kind of glad it's like rumored to be late next year. I just got a new Switch like a year ago, and yeah, I don't want it to be like replaced by a new Switch until like a year from now. You know? That's you beat the level that we were just playing. Fantastic, Saitos. That's good news to me. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if it was like early 2025. You know, the Switch 2. I feel like that would be perfectly good. Let's go ahead and get into it. And of course, like, I don't know what they're gonna launch with that. Like, probably not time for another Zelda. Oh, it's a swing level. Oh, shit. There's probably not time to, like... You think this is a tight timer? Hang on, I'm gonna start over just to get me, like, the second I spent. Fuck! That was a bad start over. Okay. I wouldn't be surprised if, it was, like, 2025, and honestly, I wouldn't mind. At this point, I guess, like, the biggest candidate for, like, a... Fuck. Okay, there we go, there's a second try. The biggest candidate for, like, a, X-Man, thank you for the level. If you are here, I'll go back in and give you, like, maybe 10 minutes. I'll say 10-minute timer if you're here after those tries, but it doesn't look like you are, so I think we're going to the next level. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the biggest candidates, I think, is Metroid Prime 4. Oh shit, it's a raid from Spaceman Ghost. Hey, how you doing? What were you playing? 9 viewers. We're doing viewer levels here. Let me give you a shout out. I think I was saying welcome in Raiders. I was saying that. Yes. Spaceman Ghost. Good name. Oh, it needs to be shout out. Spaceman Ghost. Kind of like Space Ghost. You know Space Ghost? What were you playing? Let me do the command that tells me what you were playing. Spaceman Ghost. Also Mario Maker. Fantastic. Viewer levels done? Very good. I should follow you. I will. Fuck, I don't have my mouse at my couch. One second, let me get my mouse. I'm gonna get my mouse. I'm gonna hit that follow button before it disappears. I need to do it fast! I did it. I did it. I erased there in time. Thank you for the follows, Space Ghost, Spaceman Ghost, and Mad Mantis. How you doing? Thank you, thank you. Let me tell you a bit about myself. We're currently, X-Man. We just played this level, but X-Men wasn't here, so I only had limited tries on it. Let me fix the camera. Here's what we do here, for those who don't know. This is, sort of my main event stream of the week. I also do other things on other days, like, on Mondays, I'm gonna be, finishing up Wind Waker HD. Been replaying that. Final installment of that is on Monday. And Thursday, some sort of variety night. Yesterday, I played, like, a whole bunch of Game Pass games for the first time. Might do that again next week. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll have a better idea. Like some sort of randomizer something or other. Or something else fun. I like to play Thursdays by ear, but Fridays, that's viewer levels, and that's like what you're seeing today. The way that I do viewer levels is that I have 15 minutes to do each level, plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. If you are here. If you're not here, I do it in sudden death, where I only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. So that's how I balance between people who are present and people who are just, and playing more levels, which I think is fun. I think it's fun to play more levels, plus we get to make them into sort of a fun challenge for ourselves, which is, when we pull it off, delightful. Delightful. Thank you for the levels, very good. You got another one, Lord Bowser. Did you just finish that? 5-2? Fantastic, that's very cool. That's very smart. I have a literal timer, is the thing. Space Ghost. X-Men was not here, and I don't see X-Men. I don't think X-Men returned. So, we've already done X-Men's level. It's time for the next one, which is by Floss. Go ahead and confirm, Floss. I'm going to punch in the level, and I'm going to hit, do a card while I punch in the code. I do, for those who don't know, I like to do these cards that... There's floss. Very good. I like to do these cards that have things on them that I want to talk about. Like, I've been playing Oracle of Seasons. Legend of Zelda, Oracle of Seasons. I'm, like, 5 dungeons into that. I'm at a point where it's telling me to go get 4 MacGuffins, and I've gotten 2 of them, apparently. 4, like, keys to, like, the 6th dungeon, I think. So that's pretty cool. That's the first time where it's been a little bit unintuitive, like, where the fuck I'm supposed to go next. But I'll say, the thing about that that's been, like, delightful for me is, like, I was sort of turned off a little bit by, I've had trouble whenever I've tried to play, like, Link to the Past or Link's Awakening, right? Because sometimes in those games, it's not really clear, like, where you're supposed to go next. And Link's Awakening especially, like, that whole game operates on fucking moon logic. But, you know, playing Link between Oracle of Seasons, I've just been so delayed because it's just like, there's a tree that tells you where to go. He says, like, go north, go west, go east. And you just wander in that direction and you find the dungeon, and it's like, oh, that was easy. That was so obvious. That was intuitive in a way that, like, Minish Cap is. And, you know, fucking having a fantastic time with that. And my Link to the Past is your favorite, Mad Mantis? I only got to that on, like, Virtual Console. Not Virtual Console, actually. No, I got it on GBA first. I rented it on GBA first. It was a rental. Jeez, remember when you could rent GBA games? What a time. I got it as a rental and played through it. I don't think I finished it during the rental. And eventually did get it on the Virtual Console as well. It's just, the last few times I've gone back to that, I found it hard to, like, figure out where the fuck I'm supposed to go. I should, like... Honestly, that wouldn't be a bad stream series. We're doing Wind Waker now, but, like, Link to the Past. That might be a fun one, actually. One of the first ones I ever did, like, full playthroughs was Super Metroid, even though I'm not, like, the biggest Super Metroid fan. I thought it'd be interesting to play that with, like... I had a mod that was, gave it, like, GBA controls and, like, GBA physics a little bit. Those VODs are completely gone, by the way. Those ones. They were not archived at the time. The archiving started, like, half a year later. Like, to YouTube, you know? I got YouTube VODs. I'm also on, Bluesky. Ooh. My Yoshi! If you're asking, I actually... God, I wish I had, like, thought to... I actually did a thing, just unrelated, off-stream today. I put together, like, a tier list of, like, main Zelda games. Just the main ones, you know? Just the actual adventures. I might show that. I mean, I don't have it ready to show is the thing. So it would take a minute to set up. And, like, get to be on screen, I suppose. There a boss fight at the top with the swinging arm guy? Wait, is this based on something? Contra, Stage 3 Waterfall. Okay. This is based on Contra. I just missed that entirely. Whoops. I'll tell you, I'm not really familiar with Contra, so it would be lost on me anyhow. Never played it. Wasn't Contra... It was like on SNES as well, but also like a Genesis game. Feel like doing the fireball solution for him is slower than just like jumping on his head 3 times. Oh Jesus! That's weird. He broke into the He broke into the last previous part of the level. That's, maybe unintentional. Very good. Hang on, let me see 1 second. Fucking have my remote's over there. Thank you for the level. I liked it a bunch. Let me pull something up. Let me see, complete and pull up the next level. Next level is by, Frickinell. Has Frickinell been chatting? Frickinell, you're up. 1 second, I'm gonna get something from my, my computer area. Frickinell is here. Perfect. Let me do something real fast. I'm just gonna. I just gotta grab a thing. Give me 1 second, and then I'll show it, and then I'll just say, like, oh, look at this. You know, it'll be a whole thing. Copy that image. To one-off images, sure. And then in OBS, let me pull that up. There are the images, extra images. There we go. Just replace image 3 with this bad boy. Resize it and that's good enough. There, a little bit of a tier list that I'm put together today for the Zelda games. Majora's Mask, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, both at the top, along with Minish Cap and Wind Waker for me. Link Between Worlds, Ocarina, and Oracle of Seasons, I think, are an A. I put Oracle of Ages in B, with Twilight Princess and Link to the Past, as far as, like, I remember it. I'll say again, I haven't played Link to the Past that many times, but it's just, you know, I haven't really had that much of a... I feel like B is about how I stand on it. Skyward Sword, Link's Awakening, both the remake and the original, whatever, and the original Legend of Zelda in C, and then I put Spirit Tracks, Phantom Hourglass, and Link 2 in F. Don't like those games at all and don't like to play them. The second one is original, but it's bad to play, and I don't like that. I will say, also a thing that I haven't played Oracle of Ages, I don't think, enough. I feel like I played a little bit on the 3DS, and since I'm really enjoying Oracle of Seasons, I am right now wondering, like, oh, am I gonna love Oracle of Ages? Am I going... Maybe actually Oracle of Ages moves up to A. Maybe maybe Link to the Past should also move up to A. And then, I guess... You know, I might move... If Twilight Princess was going to be all alone in B, I would consider moving Skyward Sword up 1. And as having that be the list, but I have to play those games again and think about it and like you know, do them. Don't do it because of peer pressure. Yes, I'm not gonna do it because peer pressure. I'm gonna do it because I feel like I haven't given those games the time of day. I think that's certainly true of Ages. And from what I've played of Seasons so far, I'm feeling like, oh shit, I really should have finished this back on the 3DS. I really should have found the time, but somehow didn't. Let's get that down, and I'm going to switch back to my Xbox. Well, I'm sorry, I'm saying Xbox, that's confusing. The video channels on my TV are labeled Xbox and, what's the other one labeled? HDMI 2. Well, it named it Xbox because one of the things that can be on this one is the Xbox, but currently this is the Switch, so it should really be called... It should be really called, like, Splitter and Friends or something. or Capture Card and Friends or something, and the other one PC. But yeah, I've not taken the time to like ever rename those. Let's go ahead and punch this in and play it. This is Fricknell's level. The original, I just feel like, I don't know. I've tried the original, it seems okay, it's just like so limited. I guess that's part of what makes Link to the Past so amazing, is that it followed up on the original, like fleshed it up. It fleshed it out into basically the kind of game that all 2D Zeldas, other than like Link Between Worlds, were, right? Like it figured out how to do like towns and like NPCs and like quests and like side activities and stuff, and do it in a way that was like natural and felt good, you know? It was the first time where you could explore a world, and it's different when you grow up with it, that's true. I didn't get it. I will say I had an SNES. I'm not that young, where I didn't have an SNES. Well, I guess I got it when I got it when the N64 was out, when I was like 6 or 7. So, you know, I guess it was very possible for me to skip this next generation and just start with N64 back in the day. But I had a SNES, but only had the DKCs and Mario Karts. And also All-Stars and Yoshi's Island. Is this a puzzle? Feel like that bomb is going to be important. Let me put out 15-minute timer. Feel like we need to grab the bomb and like take it forward and use it without it exploding. And one thing I do know about bombs is that when you go through a door, they their timer resets, so this should be very doable. Let's just get the lay of the land this first time. And then next time we'll come back with the bomb. Jeez, okay. I feel like I was going pretty fast. This must be a pretty tight timer. And also each room is going to be pretty tight as far as like the timer, the bomb itself. You gotta get into the door before that motherfucker blows, you know? Oh, you need throw it up. Throw it up immediately here. And also, yeah, I guess that's true of the first one, you know? The first one is probably hard to go back to, but at the time was probably one of the best NES games, like, ever invented. Because, like, they didn't have games like that back in the day, you know? Like, you think of, like, Adventure for the Atari. That's sort of the baseline for adventure games before Legend of Zelda, right? A game where you walked from room to room and you picked up, like... What is it that you picked up in Adventure? You picked up, like, a shoe or something, and you got a sword, and then you could kill a dragon. Very linear, that's right. So it was very much A to B to C. You got this one thing, and then you got this other thing. Not nearly as involved as Zelda was. Some of these rooms are going to be a lot easier with the bomb. Like, we can just throw the bomb, and those guys will die. We don't have to mess around with them. I do wonder, similarly, if, like, Ocarina and, like, Majora's Mask are hard for people to go back to who didn't grow up with them. Then again, I guess it's also true that, like, I am pretty 90% sure that, like, of the 3D Zeldas, the first couple were the best ones. You know, the first three are definitely the best three of the 3D Zeldas, up until, like, you know, the last two, which have changed things by being, you know, better than their predecessors, you know? Which is such a change, you know? Previously, I do feel like every Zelda game to a point was just getting worse and worse, right? Like, you got Twilight Princess, not as good as Wind Waker. You got Skyward Sword, not as good as Twilight Princess. Pretty much a succession of those, and then Breath of the Wild comes out, and it fucking rules. And everyone knows it. People love the Link to the Past, I know. I'll say also of Ocarina, like, I'm not, like, the biggest... It's an A for me. And a lot of that is that I got to it second. You know, I played Majora's Mask first. Fuck! Jeez, we almost had it. I played Majora's Mask first. So that's probably a big factor in how I felt about those games and how I came to them. You know, it's funny, like, the first time I played Majora's Mask... Shit. The first time I played Majora's Mask, it was, like, the first kind of game I had played that was anything like that. You know? The thing that really struck me, and I'm sure this probably struck a lot of people... I bet this struck a lot of people. This thing that struck me as weird was that you couldn't jump. Like, I had played, you know, by that point, which was like 2000-ish. It was like Christmas of 2000. By that point, I had mostly been playing, like, platformers and the like, you know, games very much about jumping. And I got Majora's Mask, and I was like, what the fuck? You can't jump. How do I get up those logs, those stumps? If I can't jump, I don't understand this. Why would you make a game where you can't jump? And, you know, I do think that was, like... Fuck. The first time my horizons were ever broadened, you know? The first time I played a game, and I was like, oh! A game can be good even if you can't jump, wow! You know? For my 10-year-old self, that was a revelation. And, you know, I have now played a great number of games where you cannot jump. How many games can you not jump? I guess I'll say that also the latest Zeldas, they added in the ability to jump, which was cool. What else is my favorite game that I can't jump in? I guess it's still Majora's Mask. I think Majora's Mask still might be my favorite game where you cannot jump, actually. Like, Majora's Mask is like a top 5 game for me, just like overall. And of the top 5, I think it's the only one where you cannot jump. The other top 5 would be like Odyssey, DKC 2, Thousand Year Door, and the 5th one is kind of up for grabs, but Smash Bros. Ultimate had it for a while. Heroes of the Storm had it for while I was playing that, like 5 years ago. It has, you know, since died, so it doesn't have that spot anymore, but I guess you couldn't jump in that one. I'm not sure what number 5 is. You know, Tears of the Kingdom, you can jump in that. Maybe Tears of the Kingdom could be on the list. You know, if Tears of the Kingdom were to take Majora's Mask's spot as, like, the mainline Zelda game on that list of the top 5, then, geez, you'd be able to jump in all the top 5 games. I don't think you can jump in Bayonetta. Wait, no, you can juggle in Bayonetta, can't you? Can't you, like, juggle people into the air and then, like, jump up and follow them? I think you can. It's not one of my favorites, though, personally. I'm not really a character action guy. Never played the Bayonettas. Let me see. I'm gonna pull up my backlog list real fast. I have a list on Backlogged. I have a list on Backlogged of the games that I love. You can jump in Diddy Kong Racing. There's like a little, you know, hop like Mario Karts. You cannot jump in Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. Okay. That's 1. Wind Waker. You can't jump in that. Simpsons Hit and Run. You can jump in Simpsons Hit and Run. I should just say the ones you cannot jump in. Actually. You can ollie in Tony Hawk. That counts as a jump. Any Tony Hawk game, you can jump in that. Most games you can jump, I think. Hello, how you doing, Jack? Thank you for the level. Quite a few in queue, huh? Picross 3D, you cannot jump in Picross 3D. That is for sure. There are a lot of games where you cannot jump. This is not one of them. That's not true. I was saying the opposite. Gears of War is a game where you can't jump. Yes. I'm just looking through my face. Can you jump in Mother 3? I think there are cutscenes where the Mother 3 characters do jump. But I don't think you can jump, like, yourself. This one is the room that screws me up. Like, this room right here. Chrono Trigger. Can you jump in Chrono Trigger? I don't think you can jump in Chrono Trigger. Mass Effect 2? I don't think you can jump in that. I'm just scrolling through my list of favorite games on my phone and looking and saying, like, okay, well, you can't jump in that one. Trying to identify all the ones where you cannot jump. Ghost Trick, can't jump in that. Bulletstorm. Can you jump in Bulletstorm? I don't think you can jump in Bulletstorm. Final Fantasy as a series, yeah, that's... I mean, I don't... That's not on my list, but yes, that's another example. Bastion, you can sort of do a roll. I think you can jump in Bastion. I think there's some sort of jump that you get later in the game. I can't remember. I like that game a bunch, though. Diablo. There's moves where you jump in Diablo 3 and 4 and any other Diablo games. I liked 3 the best. I say the best, I actually didn't play 1 and 2, but I really enjoyed 3. 4 isn't doing it for me as much as 3 did, but it's still pretty good, and I should really get back to it at some point and, like, finish it. Visual novels. You can't jump in visual novels. Any visual novel, pretty much. Jumping is just, like, completely off the table. Persona 3 and 4, I don't think you can jump in those. But you can, sort of, in Persona 5. There's, like, some traversal stuff that sort of is very close to jumping. Actually, does that count as jumping? Does Persona 5 count as... Does Persona 5, like, hookshot and, like, going from ledge to ledge, does that count for jumping? Because if it does, Majora's Mask, jumping off a ledge, would also count for jumping. Which, obviously, that's the whole premise of this thing here, is that that doesn't count. I don't think that counts. I think Persona 5 might be my second favorite game where you cannot jump. I think that might be the case. Hitman, the trilogy. Hitman 2, 1, 2, World of Assassination. That might be my third favorite game where you cannot jump. That's like on the top 10. Is Persona 5 on the top 10? Maybe Hitman is number 2, and then Persona 5 is number 3. I'll say, for my part, I don't really think about my top 10. I don't think, like, beyond my top 10 games. Or actually, really, I don't think past my top 5 games. You know, other than that, I like them to be just a big blur of just all the games that I love, indifferentiated, you know? I don't like to play favorites with them. Except at the end of the year, at which time, that is the time for playing favorites. That is the time for That is the time for saying, like, okay, this one's my number 1, this one's my number 2, etc. for the year. But, like, comparing overall, no. Like, the full list, no. I think we got it this time. I think we got it. Just, like, a couple more rooms and... Fuck! The bomb exploded in my hands, but it didn't kill me. What the hell? 1 second, let me scroll a little more. I don't think you can... Hotline Miami, Dishonored, any visual novel, and... No, you can jump in Antechamber. StarCraft, you can't... Does Reapers count? You can sort of jump in StarCraft, I guess. Ridiculous Fishing, you can't jump in that. Any Persona game. Hearthstone, you can't jump in Hearthstone. Quite a few games where you cannot jump in existence. Most recent game where you cannot jump. Oh, I don't think you can jump in this. No, I think you can. Space for the Unbound. Marvel Snap, you can't jump in that. And, is there a jump in Tunic? Don't think there is. A lot of games where you cannot jump. If Reapers count, then Majora's Mask counts. There might be moves in StarCraft where you just jump. Or units that just jump. It is true that Reapers just go to a ledge and go over it. You don't use an ability to. But there's probably some sort of something that like jumps over a ledge, right? We are not here to make a comprehensive list of every game where you cannot jump. We're here to finish this level. And the timer just ran out, so after I die this time, if I die... Fuck. I'm gonna end the timer, get up. 5 last tries. Let's do it. Really struggling with that spiny room? Yeah, it's like every time I get there, I'm just like forgetting what I need to do and like spending a second going like, what the fuck? Throw upwards. Throw upwards. It's not that complicated, but if I can get past that, I think we can finish. And also there's cases where that's picking up the bomb. Whoops, wrong one. This one and this one. I have to do them in order. If we can get past that spiny room, I think we can do it. We just gotta do it right. And I guess the thing is, like, I'm just not internalizing, like, what room is next. Like, I'm always being taken aback when that room comes up. You know? Like, oh shit, it's spiny time. Throwing up in a spin jump. That's like one of the few times where we really have to, like, let go of our bomb. You know? Feel like that was a close one. That room right there. Fuck! That room also got us the last time we got here. 2 more tries, let's go. And it's like the 3rd room that has the thing, so when we get to the 3rd room, I'm holding up and throwing, and that's that. Okay, okay. This room's easy. This room is doable. Feel like we have this one, you know, locked down. This one's the hard one. Fuck! Maybe we're doing like an extra jump there. Maybe we need to go from the 2nd platform all the way to the top of that ledge, rather than doing like 2 small jumps. Yeah. Exactly my thoughts. Oh god, that was a close one. Our bomb nearly went off there, I'm pretty sure. This is the last try. Remember, the pipe is... When we see the pipe, that's when we know we're heading into the bad room. We can get through that. I think we're home free. I want to beat it, too. And I will say, again, even if I cannot beat it... Right, now... Here we go. That's it. That's what we need to do. Is this the room? Is this the room with the... Yes. No! Oh my god. I thought we did that pretty damn good, but I guess that timer was really tight, huh? How far away was the end from there? Like, goddamn. I don't think we wasted any time, yeah. Your clear time was like yeah, shit, you're right. Just a fraction of a second before the deadline. We really needed to, like, start running as soon as that bomb was about to go off. Rather than waiting until the bomb went off. But that's gonna be hard to time. Thank you for the level. Go ahead and get the next one up. And I'll say, folks, you know, for what it's worth, we are going to go into the lightning round soon here. Let's say 8 o'clock. We'll go into the lightning round at 8 o'clock. Let's say 8:15. I sort of started a little late because I was prepping some stuff. So, we'll do 8:15 for the start of the lightning round. Squink, go ahead and confirm. Let me at Squink real fast. You're welcome. And I'll say again, you can always resubmit a level. There's Squink. Very good. Let me do a card. I started Venba. Recent release. It's on Game Pass, and I did it as part of yesterday's Game Pass stream, where I played a bunch of Game Pass games. And of the Game Pass games, the only one I'm sure that I want to like go back and finish because it was so damn good, and also not that long, really. I feel like we were maybe like a half hour from the ending, honestly. Is Venba, which is a really cool, really well-made story-type game, where the idea is, it's about a immigrant couple who have a kid, and they sort of, you know, like live their life as immigrants in Canada. They're Indian, and you know, it's sort of just them cooking traditional Indian dishes. And a story is told through that. Oh, this is cool. All about firing your thing at just the right time. Oh, you have to jump in the last one. I don't think shawarma was one of them, but that's an Indian dish. I didn't know that. I just knew about... I know about shawarma through Avengers. Through that scene in Avengers. I've never had it myself. I'll say I'm not really a big fan of Indian cuisine. I'm just not into spicy stuff. Just can't do it, you know? In general. Very low tolerance for spicy business. Or maybe not. I thought it was. I mean, it could be. The thing is, they're like, I think these dishes are specifically of a specific subset of India. They're like Tamil or something. I believe Tamil is where they're from. So, if it's not a Tamil-specific meal, it's not going to be a thing. That was sort of a thing, like, in one of the scenes, the character was like, hey, you know, why don't you cook something from... I shouldn't spoil it. A scene did explain, like, no, Tamil has a distinct, like, culinary lineage from, like, you know, mainstream, like, Indian dishes. So these aren't necessarily the things you would see, like, at an Indian restaurant. So much, you know, not all of them, anyway. Anyway, it is a delightful little game. It's short. The way that it sort of, like, structures itself is that, each time you cook something, there's sort of, like, steps missing. Or, like, steps obscured in some way. And you sort of have to figure out, like, oh, this is what I have to do with the flour. You know, like, oh, well, I have the steps for, like, most of it. But for the flour, what do I do? And you sort of have to work it out and figure out, like, what exactly the intent of the recipe was without all the parts. Which is neat. I think it is, like, more substantial than, like, Geez, I was just thinking about, a similar game. There's two games that come to mind for me. Florence and, what was the other game that was like that? Let me see. I posted on, like, a Discord the other day after the stream with that comparison. Unpacking. Yeah, Unpacking is the other game that comes to mind that tells a story, while doing, like, through, like, you know, simple little vignettes as time passes. I'll say it's a lighter weight and, like, more streamlined than Unpacking, you know? At no point does it get tedious. But it's, like, more involved than Florence, where everything was just, like, a thoughtless little minigame. You know, you do have to think a little and puzzle out the recipes, which I think is just a really neat little conceit for a game that is just, like, perfectly halfway between Florence and Unpacking for me. As far as, like, that sort of lightweight game goes, and also, hey, it's on Game Pass, so it's the perfect price for, a 1 hour game, well, maybe a 2 hour game, 1 to 2 hour game that is just, like, really good story-wise. I'm really looking forward to finishing that off. You know, the VOD of that will be up, like, tomorrow on YouTube. It's already on Twitch if you just want to look there, but, you know, I always upload my VODs to YouTube, so that'll be up, like, tomorrow. I still have to do, like, the thumbnail and everything, so it's not ready to go quite yet, but yeah, it won't be that much work. What am I doing? This is not that complicated. I'm just beefing it repeatedly. I also played other games during that stream, but I'll say, like, of the 8 of them, I think Venba, definitely the biggest winner, and the one that I'm, like, most interested in spending more time with. Good, we got past. Oh yeah, this is 007 themed, right? I was wondering. Fuck, I forgot to jump there at the last moments. I was wondering what the song was, and I had completely forgotten. That's what talk of Venba will do to you. I will say, I don't think I'll say most of the games I played last night were shades of forgettable. A couple I feel like I could enjoy, but also, like, you know, spending the time to play a game that's not like a new release that, like, people are actively thinking about. It's a bit of a get. The level with the bathroom, the first level, you mean? Yeah. Ooh, a checkpoint. DTS. Oh, this is where you gotta blow up all the bombs in the facility. Hey. Yo, hey, what is it they say? For Britain? This takes a while. once you fuck up. For England, James. Yes, that's it. I think about there's a mod or something of there's a mod of GoldenEye where GoldenEye the video game where Bond is replaced with Mario, and at the end of the game, spoilers for GoldenEye, vaguely, you're gonna have to like figure out what exactly. At the end of the game, Luigi says, "For a Brooklyn, Mario." For a Brooklyn, Mario. Which is very funny to me. I think that is great. Nice level. Good music. Really fun conceit. I loved what you did with Super Bowl. You don't see that often. Yes, all the dialogue is just like straight out of GoldenEye, except they talk like Martinet style, you know, with the vowels at the end of their words, you know. For a Brooklyn, Mario. For a Brooklyn, Luigi. It's good. You have that hack? Fantastic. That I saw that once. It looks funny. Very funny to me. That whole thing. There's like a Peach's Castle level. That's pretty funny. Right then, that was Squink's level. Hitting complete and then hitting next. Lord Bowser, you are up. Go ahead and confirm, Lord Bowser, you know what to do. Meanwhile, another card. Sopranos, been rewatching that. You're still here, fantastic. Just started season 3. I want to say again, the Livia episode, Pravaska Livionska, whatever the fuck, however you say that. I don't know how you say that. That episode is just the best. It's just like incredible. I love that episode so much. You know, hey, what are you gonna do? I love that throughout that episode, the characters are just like repeating the same lines over and over to themselves. Just, you know, at least she didn't suffer. I heard that she didn't suffer. For that, we can be grateful. Or, you know, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? And later, like, Meadow says, at least she didn't suffer. And Tony reflects like, God damn it, I have the kids saying it now. Everyone's saying these two phrases. And it's just very funny to me. And, you know, my family, we all love those. Well, you know, my whole family loves those lines. Very memorable. Those two lines in that episode. At least she didn't suffer. What are you gonna do? You know, what are you gonna do? And then the stuff at the end with like Chris's big scene. That's so good. And then just the reality at the end that just get a little moment in the. Ooh, I forgot to set the timer. It'll be fine. His levels don't take that long generally. This is the demo of the new level, yeah? Wiggler base then, yeah? That's cool. So we got here a Wiggler ride. 2 Wiggler platforms that are separated by a bit. Nice. Good. You have to continue hitting the on-off here, or can you just like let it slip? Well, if you want these coins, I guess. If you did, it would be a different experience. That's neat. I didn't know that if you step on these guys, the Wigglers that have parachutes, they just drop right into the water. They're otherwise, like, immune to being jumped on. That's, I think, a pretty neat way to make a Wiggler that is, you know, can be killed by jumping on them. That's interesting. I don't think you can get the... Oh, well, if you have the power-up, you could do it. power-up, you can do it. That's cool. I like it. Good work. Platform level with the Wiggler moving platform. Great shit. That's a quality addition to any Super World. I'll say that. Definitely fills a niche that I think every Super World should have. I think that's the thing about Super World. You need to have variety. You need to have a little bit of everything. And that fits the bill. I'm hitting complete, and now I'm hitting next. Like I said earlier, it's going to be another 25 minutes until the lightning round begins. So, continue getting your levels in, and we'll get to the lightning round. Another, couple of levels, maybe. We'll see how fast they go. Moyako is up next. Moyako just said GG. If you have played all of Moyako's levels, you have another level for me. Okay, well, we'll see. I'll do another card. Follow up on HEB pre-made food. We had a bunch of talk about HEB last week, about how it's a brand new grocery store with a focus on a lot of exclusive items, including pre-made food, where you just stick it in the oven and it just comes out a complete meal. I will say I have ate none of that yet because you know, I have to run the oven to do that. That isn't to say I haven't cooked since then. I had a craving for spaghetti, so I made spaghetti Wednesday night, but just haven't found the time to do any pre-made food. I played them all, but I haven't beat them all. What do you want? What's your poison, Moyako? Give me what you're looking to do. You got another level? I could play one of these and then come back on another time and, go around the horn once and I could do it again. I've never done the Crouch Mario challenges. I've never beaten it, anyway. I can do that. We might have seen that P-Switch level. That sounds familiar. A level dedicated to you. But let's punch that in. Anyway, Sopranos, having a great time with it. One of the last episodes I watched was maybe one of the most unfortunate episodes with Employee of the Month. That episode is unpleasant. Oh, let me enter the profile. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. I didn't think there. I'll do that. Employee of the Month is a very hard to watch episode. But I've now gotten through that. I'm on to the rest of Season 3. I remember Season 3 being quite good. I love Ralphie. I really love the episode, I believe it's called University, with the stripper. She's so good in that episode. Oh my god. And I always think, if you're just talking about we haven't finished this one, but we have played it. The other Moyako level. The last one? The most recent one. Okay, let's do this one. By last, you mean most recent, right? Yeah. I really love that episode. The stuff with the stuff with her. With Trixie. It's just, oh my god, so damn good. I can't wait to watch that again and go through that. And as far as music in Sopranos that I think of that song. You know, the one that goes, every story we've been told of kings and queens of old, but there's no England now. The one that plays at the strip joint at the very start of that episode. That is one hell of a good song, and just such a good... Is it weird to say that a song is good for being played at a strip joint? I've never been to a strip joint. I've only seen them on, television, but as far as the attitude goes, that kind of nails it. I'm not really a bars person. That wouldn't be my scene. I don't drink. And I'm not really comfortable. I don't really enjoy being around in like real life people who are drinking, you know. I guess I'll say again, part of that is probably the fact that most of the time I have been in that situation. It's mostly like you know, family functions and a bunch of drunk relatives, which, you know, is like a whole can of worms, you know. Like a bad Thanksgiving type deal is like any drinking party with relatives, right? Where you're just like, okay, you know, some of these relatives, they're cool, but like others have like some political takes that they are, you know, if they're like sufficiently lubricated, will come out, which you probably don't want to hear, you know? You're probably not super interested in that sort of like thing. Not to say that they all have that, like, no, of course not, but I don't know. Just not my scene. Anyway, really looking forward to the Ralphie stuff coming together. I love Ralphie, he's so fun. And even in like the episodes of season 3 that he's been in so far, he's been very fun. One of the funnest, like, side characters. I say side characters. One of the funnest, like... How do you phrase that? One of the funnest, like, seasonal characters Sopranos ever had. You know? Sopranos just generally has a lot of characters who are in for a season and then just exit, you know, by the end of the season or, like, a season and a half later or so. Like, so many of them, and it's kind of, at a certain point, it becomes predictable, right? Like, oh, there's a new character? Probably gonna get the boot, like, at least in a thing. Sopranos top 10 show of all time? Hell yeah, honestly, for me, it might be, like, top 3. Like, I think, for top 3, Breaking Bad, Sopranos, I struggle to say Arrested Development. Also, shit, am I including anime? I gotta say, like, in my head, anime and, like, cartoons and stuff, they're, like, separated. You know, they're not in the same ballpark. They're not in the same competition as, like, Sopranos is. You know? I guess it's weirder to be like, oh, you know, I'm comparing Sopranos and Arrested Development. Like, yes, I am doing that. Is it weird to compare Sopranos and Arrested Development? Two shows with very different runtimes and also, like, you know, one's a comedy, one's a drama. Is it weirder to compare those two than to compare them to, like, Laid Back Camp? I don't know. Once anime gets involved, it's harder for me to say definitively, but yeah, the, like, top 2 for sure gotta be Breaking Bad and Sopranos for me. Like, with a fucking bullet. I think Buffy used to be, like, relatively high on that list of mine. The Office has to be pretty high, too. Arrested Development. I feel like some of these shows are hard, though, because, you know, with Arrested Development and The Office and stuff like that, you can't say they're perfect throughout. You know, you can't say, like, oh, The Office is an immaculate show. You know, it's perfect. It's like, well, you gotta stop. You probably should, like, start judging it after season 1. And you probably should, like, stop judging it after, like, season 5 or 6. Meanwhile, with Arrested Development, you could say, like, oh yeah, the first 4 seasons are perfect. But then you gotta start saying, like, oh, there's also season 4. That one's pretty weird. And I haven't seen season 5. Just, like, no interest in, like, the further adventures of you know, that reboot. This is really cool, by the way. Oh, crap. It's annoyingly loud music outside. I'm gonna crank up the volume in my ears just to make that harder to hear. Y'all won't hear a difference, though. It's just my headphone volume that will be different. I might end up talking louder as a result. That's the only thing you might notice. What else, Shag, if I may ask you, what else is in your top 10? Like, if you had to name a show, is Breaking Bad one of them? Maybe Better Call Saul as well? I haven't finished Better Call Saul. I really need to get around to that at some point. By the time it came out all on Netflix, I was just, not in the mood to, like, catch up, you know? Breaking Bad is your favorite drama? That's right, it is. Better Call Saul is incredible. The thing about Breaking Bad that I think is extraordinary is that, like, every episode moves things forward, you know? Every episode changes the stakes. Every episode, like, leaves you in a different spot for next week, you know? There's no point at which you can just, like, rest on your laurels and just be like, okay, I know what's gonna happen in 3 episodes from now. Like, no. The next episode is gonna change everything. And, like, 3 episodes from now, forget about it. You can never predict that. And I think that makes for a remarkable ride. And just one of the best. Oh my god. Sopranos also, like, it has, like, a good pace. And, you know, it doesn't have, like, this... It doesn't have, like, the more modern drama problem of, like... You know, I think of Game of Thrones, which is a series that by the end only had things happen in the last episode. Like, no, Sopranos, things happen in, like, random episodes all the time. You know, like, middle of the season episodes, people die, people get hit, you know, stuff happens. But, still, it's nothing compared to Breaking Bad, where like, stuff happens every damn episode. You know, there's no episode of Breaking Bad where nothing happens. None. Except for the movie. They did a movie, that's a movie where nothing happens. Coincidentally, the Sopranos movie that they did, also a movie where nothing happens. In a worse way. Though I will say, it is true of both of them, that I think that, what was the movie called? The Breaking Bad movie? Pinto Chaser, whatever the fuck. I think that movie, if it was an episode, would be the worst one. And so too would El Camino, yeah. El Camino would be the worst episode of Breaking Bad. And so too would Many Saints of New York. Many Saints of New York is like much worse though. The way that this, like, routes you around is incredible, by the way. Like, it's just so intuitive, and yet, at the same time, like, so clever and inventive at just finding ways to get you from point A to point B. And making it just like, yeah, jump on the platform, and then it should be obvious what you have to do next, but not obvious, like, a minute ahead of time, you know? Until it happens... kind of in the dark. Oh, I see. We need to go around at that point. Good thing there was that checkpoint. I left the platform there. Wonder if that makes a difference. It doesn't. I'm big! That means I now break these things just by, like, stepping on them. Wait, what? I don't understand, like, what the next step there was. And I'll say especially, it's good to have a series to rewatch when you're going through... A series to rewatch that doesn't involve subtitles, or like a lot of subtitles, to rewatch while you're like playing a video game, you know? Like, I love anime, but look, you can't really rewatch. You can't really rewatch anime while doing something, you know? That's just, not how it works. Like, playing a video game while rewatching anime, very hard. In fact, I'd say it's, impractical. Oh, crap. Oh my god. What a fucking inspired boss fight. That's gotta be one of the most inspired boss fights I've seen in a while, like, holy shit. Oh my god, and there's a... God! God! Whoa! That's so tight! Oh my god. I loved Phase 2 too. That felt hard, but like so eminently doable. Like, just... Amazing. I loved it. Thank you for putting that in there. Or, you know, giving us the code. Again, the code down there is not the code of the level. Here's the code of the level. Very good. I'm gonna end timer. I said 8:15 for the lightning round, and I'm gonna stick by that. I'm gonna hit next. I'm gonna hit complete, and I'm gonna hit next. Let's go ahead and see one by XS Krampus, who just said GG. Fantastic. Good. On the ball. That said, I'm going to do another, Squatch playing my course. Fantastic. I'm going to do another card. Follow up on my PC's mouse. So I mentioned like on, Tuesday, the last Wind Waker stream, I mentioned that, the mouse that I've been using for a while, it sort of died, and, they don't make this particular kind of mouse anymore, so it's near impossible to get. So I've been looking at other mice and, to, like, order a new one, and I did indeed order a new one. And I ordered this one, which apparently was Wirecutter's, like, #1 choice or #2 choice. I'm not sure, but I decided to just go ahead and trust them. It was relatively inexpensive, and it comes with, like, pre-programmed buttons on the side, which surely I could do a thing with. Like, I could imagine mapping those to, like, Alt or Control, and having it so I could, like, do, like, crop and, like, other commands, like, crop commands in, like, OBS from the couch or something, which would be pretty good. Work on a new level. Someone beat all records yesterday. Nice. Or something. So yeah, I have another mouse ordered. The only thing I'm not sure about is that I like to have two mice, one for the couch and one for the PC, so I don't have to move them around so much. Right now I only have one mouse, so I'm having to move it between the locations, which can be awkward, you know, if I forget, let's say. But the only thing that's weird about it is that it only comes in one color, so I don't know what I'm gonna do if I really like this mouse and I want to get another just like it. Maybe I should just get a different model for the couch and have a, you know, something different for the PC. I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna play it by ear. Let's go ahead and get going. 15 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. You know how we do things here on the channel. You know. I need to find 7 coins, 750 coins. Let's go. Anyway, I'm a little sad about that. I know it's a silly thing to be sad about. I know it's a silly thing to be sad about, just, you know, my old mouse. I'm gonna have to use a different mouse from now on, you know, just because they don't make it anymore. But goddamn, you know, I've had that I've been using these same kind of mouse, these same kind of mice for the last you know, 10 years, pretty much. So I'm just really used to not having a scroll wheel, like a proper one, and just using like a touch one where I hit a big button. I just found that the touch thing at the top which again looks like this. You see, the touch thing at the top was just really easy on the middle finger, especially when you go to click it. I will say it had really bad default settings as far as those go, but default settings aside, it was a good-ass mouse, and I don't know what it's gonna be like without it. I guess I'm a creature of habit, you know? And to know that I won't be able to just do the same thing I've been doing for the last 10 years, that does bum me out a little bit, you know? But hey, new mouse coming, hopefully it'll be good. I've never had a mouse that had extra buttons on it that you could hit to do extra things. So, clearly, probably I can map that to be something interesting. Would I? I don't know. I already have, like, the Stream Deck here that does a lot of things that I have a lot mapped to that. So, would additional buttons be useful? I don't know. Maybe. I feel like I could always find a use for extra buttons. At least, like I said, you know, just being able to, like, crop images effortlessly probably would be a good thing. I don't know what's going on here. You think that's the end of the level down there? I don't think so. We're coming up on all the things, but I am worried that, like, there's whole areas that we're missing. Oh, there's one. We're one short. It's not behind the flag, I don't think. One left. Pipe. Oh, we found an exit pipe. Had our thing at the other end. Okay, cool. I don't know where the entrance pipe was, but that works for me. Does this take us to the end? More or less. We're good, folks. How about we go around? Good work. Was a little confusing, like, knowing whether I was good to just go forward or not at any given time, but very doable. I was able to find all the stuff, just like exploring. Good. Very good. And timer. Hit like it. Hit complete. And hit next for the next level. It is Me Super Mario Maker 2. Me Super Mario Maker 2 does not appear to be in chat right now. Well, I'm going to et MeSMM2 and say, you are up. Lightning round after this level, I think. That seems like a reasonable thing. And lightning round, as I said earlier, whole part of the stream where we'll be starting in sudden death. Or not in sudden death, we'll be starting with 5 lives left. So things will be picking up a bit when we get there. You know, we'll be moving from level to level faster. And that'll be a bit of fun. Oh, this will be easy. This is an easy level. I think we're good even if Mia's not here. Let me do a card, though. Thinking about finishing other new games. Yeah, I still have a lot of stuff that I haven't finished recently. And I guess with Vemba, that adds another one to my list that I have to, like, find time for. That said, Vemba is like 2 hours, so I'll probably finish it this weekend. I finished Humanity last weekend, which I wasn't like... I didn't like the last third of that game very much, but still, Humanity was quite good overall. Solid 4 out of 5 in my books. The start was phenomenal, but it just, you know, kind of got worse. It got pretty bad in that last third, unfortunately, but still, I think it's a solid recommendation. And I hear it's free on PlayStation Plus or whatever. I don't have that, but if you do, check out Humanity. For other games I need to finish, Diablo 4, Jedi's Fallen Survivor, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Survivor, Jedi Survivor, the second Jedi Fallen Order game, and then the third one I need to finish is Like a Dragon Ishin. Got into that one, never finished it. All those things were upstaged a little bit by Tears of the Kingdom and then Pikmin 4. And now that both of those games I finished them like fully, well, maybe there's more Tears of the Kingdom I could do, but I'm not going to. Now that those games are fully complete, what is this called again? Coconut Mall. You want to redeem for shield surfing? Is that unlocked right now? It is, isn't it? Oh no, it's currently... at some point I should have a stream where that is up for grabs. And we should do it. I do want that to be redeemed at some point. Hello, Super Mario Gamer. I'll tell you what, Shag. I'm gonna enable that right now. Because I do think a Mario Maker stream is a good time for it. You know... Oh, fuck. You just did it. Okay, I thought it wasn't enabled. It is enabled. Shield surfing. Tell you what. Thank you for the level. I feel like I didn't even enjoy the Let's start that over. I feel like I didn't even get the experience. We can wait until later. No, we'll do it between now and the lightning round. That's how it works. I mean, I guess... Let me listen. This is good music. We really should pay attention to this music. Please, everyone, appreciate the music. It's good. God damn, that's good music. I was distracted the first time. All right. Very good. We could also end on shield surfing, I guess. Like, do that at the very end. But no, let's do it in the middle. That's how we've always done this sort of, like, wackadoo shields 30 minutes incentive. And I'll say, the next one of these is going to be really good. And I think I'm going to have to make it accordingly much more expensive. The next one is going to be any WarioWare micro game of Redeemer's Choice. Any WarioWare 1 micro game of Redeemer's Choice will be the next one. And maybe we'll have to limit that to specific streams because, I mean, I don't really want, like, a playthrough stream to be just derailed, you know? I don't know. I guess the question is, like, what streams are okay to be derailed by a stupid incentive? Whereas which ones are, like, would it be weird for that to happen? Let's do it. Let me get that down. Let me do I'll do dismiss. And I'm going to do the mini one of those. And pull up the 30-minute label. 30 minutes of shield surfing. Thank you for the redemption. I'm going to pull up Tears of the Kingdom. This is, I don't know where I am in Tears of the Kingdom. So, like, look away if you're really sensitive to spoilers. I could be, anywhere. Tears. There we go. Shield surfing. For 30 min. Thanks. Shag. Okay, I'm just outside of Lakeside Stable. I think it's good. I think we're good. Alien Dance, that's right. I don't have those emotes on OBS or in the Twitch, the Twitch stream manager, but I understand that is a animated emote that you can see if you have like certain plugins installed. Where should we go? What mountain should we go down? Do you have any like requests? Mount Lianru is pretty good. Let's go over there. I mean, we could also do like minecart stuff where we fuse a minecart to the thing and do that instead and just minecart down Mount Doom or something. Does that count as shield surfing? It's maybe more shield skating. Okay. Starting the timer. I need to dress better. What head should we use? That one's a good one. This one's good. Alright, we're shield surfing for 30 minutes. That's the entire conceit of this incentive. Shield surfing's fun. This is maybe a more dangerous slope. There we go. It's fun to shield surf, though I'll say in this game, there are perhaps more fun things you can do just to get around. You know, like various vehicles, various like odd contraptions. And also just like you can literally shield your, fuse your shield into a thing to make it like more shield proof, more foolproof. I guess that one, you know what, that mountain isn't really big enough to shield surf for more than say 90 seconds. Maybe we should try a different mountain. Maybe we should try a different mountain. The timer and the things look a little bit weird against the load screen. Maybe I should move them to a different corner. Didn't think about that at any point. Hey, buddies. Wait, this is not... We need to get up top. We need to get up top. There we go. A lot of the shrines in this game aren't all like on the surface, especially around Mount Lanru, or around like some of the big, more mountainous areas. Took me a while to find all of them in like these particular areas, which was kind of inconvenient for the purpose of, you know, having... Ow! Having all the locations available for shield surfing. Goodbye, dudes. Oh, also, shit, I have all my companions out. Hope y'all don't mind. They're just gonna be quiet in the background. It's cool. The game's been out for like, you know, well over a month now. Well, not well over a month, Jesus. Well over like 3 months. So, I hope that everyone has gotten far enough to at least get, or at least get your bird boy, who is just like, you know, phenomenal and all. And maybe even some of the other ghosties who might appear before us. Don't look. Should I disable them? You know what? We're not gonna use them, except for maybe Tulin. Okay, Tulin, you can stay. The rest of y'all... Wait, I have enough Sage's Wills to get a thing. I should probably do that. I think I've upgraded, like, one of the guys with Stage's Will so far. One who I will not talk about. But I think the second one I would do would be Tulin. Give Tulin a little love, you know? He's probably the second best of the bunch. Well, actually, no, he's the first best, but in combat, he's the second best. Like, the first best in combat is not the first best overall, but I really think they're really cool. Say no more. Let's mix things up. Third time, we're gonna go to Death Mountain. Let's go to Death Mountain and do, like, minecart surfing. That's like shield surfing, right? That counts. I have cards, by the way. I still have cards. I'll do a cards. Still working on clipping up streams. I'm very behind. One thing I want to be true is that, like, every stream I do, I feel like there's gotta be some clippable moments in there. You know, some moments that you can clip and look back on and, you know, whatever. And that would be good to come up in, like, a random clip thing, you know, a thing that gives random clips. Where exactly is, like, the... I need a minecart. Actually, no, I don't. I just need to take a shield. Take out a Zonai device. This guy. No! This game's good, y'all. Ow. I like to clip up old streams, and turns out that takes a bit. Like, the last one I clipped was I like pulled clips out of, was a randomizer stream where I was doing, shit, did I just lose the thing? No, I didn't. Good. Where I was doing a Majora's Mask randomizer for the first time, and, my god. I haven't even started... Okay. How can it be badly damaged? Okay. The last one I did was like the Majora's Mask randomizer stream I did, and that stream went like 10 hours. Took me like an hour or two to go to like button through all that and like find out any clippable moments in there. And I'm still like 2 months behind. Like right near the borderline of like videos getting unarchived, you know, expiring on Twitch. Which, you know, they will be on YouTube, but I don't do the clips on YouTube. I do them on, the other thing. Oh, there's minecarts over there. That's what we need to do. And I'll say again, my plan is, once I have, like, caught up with presents, and, like, have just... Hang on, let me do, Rocket Sled. Oh, that's so good. Rockets are so good in this game. Once I'm up to presents, I'm going to do like a random clips shout-out thing where I'll be able to do like random clips of other streamers, and also, you know, I'll be able to show like I'll have like a channel points thing to show a random clip of my channel as well. And I think that'll be pretty cool. I think that'll be pretty good. Look forward to whenever that gets put together. I want to slide down that rail. Because rail sliding is cool. Grinding on rails is cool. That's very Tony Hawk. whenever I, like, get all caught up with presents. Where's the thing? Oh, it's up! Okay. Not so bad. Once I get caught up with present, I'm gonna implement a thing that lets me just, like, do a random clip. And, there'll be a channel point thing for it, and also, like, anyone who raids, we can show a random clip of theirs, which I think will be very cool. I think that's gonna be, like, rad as hell once that's a thing, but I want to make sure that, like, I am keeping present with, clips, and that we have ones from, like, relatively recent streams before I implement that. I really need to, like, sit down and, like, do, you know, more than a week's worth of streams tonight, or, like, not tonight, but, like, over the weekend, in order to, like, you know, get in the ballpark of caught up. And I'll say, like, there's good features coming for clips on Twitch that make it, like, worth anyone's while to, like, maintain any such thing, right? Like, they just add the ability to feature a clip to Twitch, which, I haven't done that yet, but I probably should. They added the ability to feature a clip, and they're also adding a thing that's just like a big feed of random clips from random users. So, you know, that's gonna be a vector of discovery within, like, you know, within the end of this calendar year. So, you know, it's good to have a robust selection of funny clips already made for when that happens, and, like, it becomes you know, something that, like, drives, you know, discovery. You know, that's just a good thing to have ready for when that comes together. And also, like I said, clip shoutouts, clip channel point incentives, like, all that is very easy to do. And I know that many, you know, there's many other streamers that I know that do that already. And, I definitely want to do that myself, just, I want to be ready for, I want to be, like, 100% up to date before that happens. That's fun. Minecart surfing is also fun. You think there's anything to surf in the Gerudo Highlands? Let's just do a little bit over there, too. Anyway, that's what's up with the clips. Still really behind. I feel like your pizza's on the way. Fantastic. LFG. LFG, does that mean looking for group? Doesn't that mean looking for group? Let's fucking go! Oh, yeah! Let's fucking go. Okay. I forget that every time. That it also can mean let's fucking go. I am running out of shields that don't have things on them. So let's stay with the areas where we don't have to, like, do a thing. Hey, if we do a rocket shield, does it work? Ah! Ooh. Oh, that's good. Oh, this is rock. Okay, that becomes desert really quickly. That one. I think Hebra's gonna be our best grind. Our best place for like, surfing action. What else is up? I haven't worked on my backlog in a while, also. That's something I'm thinking about recently. My backlogged... That's where I, like, Backlogged is like Letterboxd. It's a place where you can review and, like, put a collection of all the games that you ever had. Or just, like, the ones you're watching. I have chosen to do all the games I've ever played before. And I've decided to, like, re-review, like, most of them along the way. I've done like 650 of them, and I've sort of stalled out. It's been a while since I wrote one. I'm up to, like, 2018. So I got 5 more years to go until I'm up to present. and I can just, you know, review games that I've just played, you know? But really need to get around to that. I feel like part of it is just that, you know, whenever I see games that I feel like are going to be hard to review, it, like, coming up in the list of ones I have to add, like, the next one I have to write, the next one chronologically, is the original God of War. And then, like, not the original God of War, the reboot. I have to figure out how I feel about that in 500 characters or less. That's gonna be a complicated one to, like, really nail down. There's also the new funky mode, Tropical Freeze in the next 5, which I need to be able to figure out how to say, like, you know, Tropical Freeze is one of the best games already, and adding the new funky mode, oh my god, the new funky mode is even better. It's an even better way to play an already fantastic game that really, like, you know, new funky mode. It's kind of an easy mode. But at the same time, it adds, like, so many powerful traversal abilities. It just makes for such a fun new character to play as, you know? It's like, okay, well, this is easy mode. It's true. You get more hearts, and you have, like, all the abilities that all the other characters had put together, but you know what? It's fun to have all the other abilities of all the other characters put together, you know? That's just good. That just rules. You know? Anyway, need to sit down and like, crank out the next 5. I like to crank them up in groups of 5, I'll say. And I'll say I did actually write one of them. I didn't write the God of War one. I wrote out the, what is up with this area? The fuck? Whoa. I don't think I've been down here before. Maybe in the original Breath of the Wild, but not in Tears of the Kingdom. Damn. I wrote out a review for Slayaway Camp, which landed at a 3 out of 5 with. I think it's a very cute conceit. You know, it's sort of like a sliding block puzzle game, but with you're sort of playing an axe murderer. That is a very cute idea. And I think it, like, has some stuff, but also, like, you know, look, sliding block puzzles are very played out, you know? Like, every time you see them in, like, a Pokemon game, you're like, okay, I get it. I'm going to slide to one block, then slide to the next, and then zoop, zap, zoop, and then, you know, find, like, a Master Ball or something. I get it, you know? It's like entirely played out, unfortunately, and I think I remember that game being neat for what it is, but also can't avoid that the genre puzzle that it shows to base itself around is just entirely rote. And they can do a few things, but at a basic level, moving up, left, right, or down, and sliding until something happens doesn't give you that much room for, like, puzzle gameplay, you know? What the fuck is this? Well, whatever it is, I've been here before, clearly. I can see I've already been to that shrine over there. Let's go there, but we're gonna launch into the air. We're gonna launch into the air and come down. Bottomless bog. I don't know where the bottomless bog is. I guess there are bottomless bogs everywhere. I've seen a couple of them around. Maybe it's just talking in general. How about another card? Starting watching Evil Food Supplies videos. YouTuber does, like, videos on like various food products and, like, their history as far as, like, you know, whether they're actually healthy or not, or like, oh, you know, oh, it's dangerous, these chemicals that they put into foods these days. You know, a bunch of videos just, like, exploring that sort of stuff. Oh, should the volume be a little down for this whole thing? Sorry if it's been a little high. It's probably fine. This game doesn't really have music. So it's probably not getting in the way other than, like, the occasional toolin'. The occasional toolin' thing. I think these videos are very interesting, and, you know, it's true that, like, I found out about a lot of this shit, like, years and years ago. Like, the whole food pyramid being bullshit thing. You know. I mean, you look at the food pyramid, and it recommends, like, carbs being, like, your #1 thing. When, you know, modern advice is very... What are we doing? We need to just shield surf. Goodbye, fools. Modern advice is very much to reduce carbs because, you know, carbs, they're not really that good for you. They're cheap to produce, and we make a lot of them. So they're, like, the most economical bedrock of, like, of a diet, but they are, bad if you eat too much of them, and, like, you shouldn't be eating more of them than, like, you know, meat or vegetables or whatever. Or mushrooms. Are mushrooms included under vegetables? They're not really plants. Wait, is a mushroom a vegetable? Do we consider a mushroom a vegetable? Can fungus be vegetable? Or is vegetable exclusively just plants? Which, you know, by necessity would not include fungus, you know, because they're a different kingdom and all, entirely. Anyway, I find these videos interesting. I do wonder at a certain point, like, I was watching one about fluoride, and like, oh, you know, it probably isn't as good for you as, you know, you heard growing up. Which, I do watch that and wonder, like, is this some conspiracy? Is this, like, conspiracy theory adjacent, you know? At some point, you gotta wonder that, right? Like, oh, I don't know. Fluoride is kind of everywhere. And, you know, you watch the video and you say to yourself, well, you know, everything they're saying makes sense. But also, I'm not gonna not drink water, you know? So, jot that down. And also, I've been fine so far. My impression of what that video in particular, Evil Suit Supplies, what it was kind of driving at is that, like, okay, so fluoride is sort of a toxic chemical, right? I mean, that's sort of what it does. It kills... It is harmful for, like, the bacteria that lives in your teeth, in particular, but also at like, on a low-key way, probably also for humans as well. It's like, probably a little bit like pesticide, but for your mouth, you know? Which sounds bad in theory, but, you know, I'm sure the thing that any, like, official would say, like, well, in the levels that you usually get through your diet, it's not really hazardous to humans. Just to the bacteria that lives in the teeth. And maybe other parts of the bodies if they were exposed to it, like, directly, but, you know, they're not going to be, so whatever. Anyway, they're neat videos. They're neat videos, but, I do feel like you gotta take them with a grain of salt. You know? You gotta take them with a grain of salt and be like, okay, well, I'm not gonna change my entire diet because you said that, you're telling me that, like, drinking water can be bad. You know? That's not happening. But, I do think it's cool, the history, and that originally it was a toxic runoff that they were just dumping in rivers, and then they realized, like, oh, at low levels it's harmful to teeth bacteria. Oh shit, we can put it in toothpaste. And also it can be useful for making nukes, apparently. Fluoride is. I didn't know that fluoride was involved in nuclear weapons, but apparently it is. Go figure. Let's surf down the tutorial mountain. You know what? We got like 6 minutes left. We're gonna go to the tutorial mountain, and we're gonna go to the if we can, like, ride off the plateau, off the tutorial mountain, and land on the Great Plateau, Hyrule Mountain, that'd be amazing. You know what? I'm not sure if they're, like, close enough to do that, but that's my ideal for this last 6 minute span. I'll say. Indeed. You know what? Maybe this mountain isn't like... Hang on, let me go back. Let me go back. I think going down the other side is going to be more lucrative. It's going to have, like, more to surf on. Maybe this mountain just really isn't very surfable. Relative to the other mountains in the game, it is quite small, even though in that, like, first couple hours of this game, it felt so daunting. It felt so huge. Let's surf down, like, this side. I don't know. Yep, okay. I don't know that I've been over on this side of the mountain. It's pretty flat over here. That's gonna make surfing, impractical. Isn't it? Whatever. Where is the other mountain for us to surf? Where's the plateau? Way over here. You know what? We're probably way too fucking far to, like, actually, like, fly over to that place. Even with Tulin. So we'll just warp. We'll just warp. Is there any underground mountains we could do? Any underground, like, inclines that we could surf down? We could have that one be the last one as well if there's time. I say that one. I don't have a particular one in mind. Come on! There we go. What is the goal when you shield surf for 30 minutes? What is the goal? To have fun. It was a channel point incentive. It was a channel point incentive. The point is to have fun, and also that it is a repetitive thing that a channel point reward has forced us to make good on. That's sort of how it is. You know, I guess there's races that we could have done. There are, like, races in this game in a couple of places, but I couldn't off the top of my head, like, you know, I didn't prepare anything in advance for this. I just put it on the books. Originally, it was Breath of the Wild shield surfing. Okay, we'll shield surf from here. And since that game, you know, this game came out, since the incentive was put in, it switched over to this one. Shortly after I got enough, like, fast travel points to make it work. I'll say the next one. I'll say the next one. Again, the next one of these, which will go active, say after a week or so. Say after a week or so, will be 30 minutes of WarioWare microgame. One of the Redeemer's choosing. Should we make it like 2 of the Redeemer's choosing or something so that it's not just one microgame for 30 minutes? Or is it funnier if it is just one microgame for 30 minutes? Might be best if it's just one. Like, maybe it's funniest that way. I'm gonna go back over to, where can we find a minecart real fast? I'm gonna find a minecart, I'm gonna go underground, I'm gonna surf down some underground slope. Probably one, on the outskirts of, like, I feel like the biggest one of those is, like, near, whatchamacallit? The southeast area. Okay, where's a quick minecart? Over there. Oh, right, I can't tool in the city. Okay, we have a minute left to surf down this here pit. That one's the closest one. Load fast, please. We'll probably, like, get to the bottom of it by then, you know? It doesn't take that much time to do any individual shield surf. Okay, which way is the pit? This way. We got 30 seconds. Here we go. Get where we can get a nice, good slope. Hell yeah. Oops, got into a little bit of a crook there. Alright, that's gonna do it for 30 minutes of shield surfing. Oop. Perfect. We're at the bottom of the world, just where we want to end. I'll say, by the way, let me. I never got the chance to show this off because I haven't played Tears of the Kingdom on stream for a while, but this is how this is my favorite, my version of the vehicle that everyone does. No, I didn't ask, I don't think I did. I don't think I asked you anything. Put that timer down. And timer. Very good. I like this version. Usually it works good. It's maybe a little hard to get out of this pit, but it goes up very fast if you just hold back on the stick, and then goes forward very good as well. Probably just hearing things. Yeah, I don't think I've said your name in a minute. You know what? This pit is very hard to get out of, so whatever. I'll say, like, other things I have. I don't really have anything else I can show in this game. Let's get back to Mario Maker. Do I need to save? I mean, I didn't accomplish anything, and I just used up a bunch of items, but sure, whatever, I'll save. Why wouldn't I save? Back to Mario Maker. Let's get back to it. Mario Maker 2. Thank you for the redemption. Viewer levels. Lightning round. Let's go, folks. It's the lightning round. In a second here. And for those who don't know what the lightning round is, I will explain. But that is the time what it is right now. The next one up is CK Super Mario Gamer. Does not appear to be in chat. I understand it was a while since you submitted that level. And I understand there was the whole like Zelda thing. But I will say you are up. All right. Let me explain what's going on right now. New notifications, ooh. Very nice, I like to see notifications. Ooh, a comment from Tegan Yeet. I'll explain in a second. Let me see what this comment is. Probably a good one. Poor mole. Yeah, that's accurate. The moles do get killed. If you kill them, I guess, specifically. It is time now for the lightning round. Let's start that up. During the lightning round, oh, by the way, I gotta do the volume. 1 second. Volume's back to normal now. Good. Okay. During the lightning round, I will only have 5 tries to beat each level that comes my way. 5 tries refreshing at checkpoints, 7 for subs, and also for the first level of the night who is here. The first person of the night who is in chat present when their level comes up. If you're not present, we still do still do sudden death, and that's just 2 refreshing at checkpoints. So fewer. In other words, the bonus heads, if you're wondering, they look like this. They come in many forms. There's a good amount of them, and we randomize which ones you get. There are ones that are Mario in there, Mario franchise heads, and also ones that are, from other such games. Like, let's see. Oh, hey! Speaking of other such games, there's Eggman and Shadow. Those are from other such games. CK Super Mario Gamer, I'm not sure if you were here before your level came up, but I will say we did just do that whole like, Zelda thing. Which, hey, look. The thing about the Zelda thing, I'll say. It is a 30-minute diversion, but also it is about the length of 2 15-minute levels, which you might have to wait through more than those just to get to, those happen, right? It's just double the amount of of any given level. So it's like not too bad relative. You might have to wait on one of these streams, you see. But I understand that, like, it can be hard to, Probably was a while. That said, this level don't seem that hard. Maybe we would be fine, maybe with just the 2. Just the 2 lives, perhaps. Not sure. I do think maybe the 30-minute thing should be retired after the next one. Right? Like, I will admit that it is a very disruptive thing for the middle of a stream to, like, switch gears and play a different game for, 30 minutes. Like, that is disruptive. You're not wrong. I say you're not wrong as if anyone is questioning my decision here. Or, like, questioning how that works. But I'm aware that, like, it does, like, disrupt the flow a bit. But I like the chaos of it. Fuck! Hell yeah, Bowser's Fury. Bowser, you're playing Bowser's Fury? Whoops. That's fantastic. I love Bowser's Fury. It's cool, though, I understand. And hell, maybe they'll see that we're doing Mario Maker again and come back. I also do think that, like, I do a lot of streams where I don't necessarily want to just, like, derail things, Like, I think about, oh, right, today is Bowser's Day. 884, Because that's the level he is in Mario Brothers 1. Well, actually, he's in 1-4, and 1-4, and 2-4, and 3-4, and 4-4. But I guess you're implying... I guess the implication is maybe those aren't actually Bowser, but, like, some sort of doppelganger. Some sort of, like, disguised other, like, Koopaling. Like, wasn't it in, like, one of the new Mario games where when you killed Bowser in any world but the last world, it became like a Koopa or something? Something that wasn't big bad? I guess that's been the implication this whole time. That, like, the Toads were not Peach. The Bowsers were not really Bowser, but decoys. Anyway, I at the very least want to do the next one, which is going to be WarioWare, and just have... Wait, there was a time limit? Shit. We have only 80 seconds to do this, God. Ooh, wow. I didn't notice the tight time limit here. These guys take like a fixed amount of time to kill. So, you know, we gotta hit them as soon as possible, basically. That blows. That's not good. If there's a way to quick kill any of these guys, it would probably help. Shit. Anyway, the next one is just too good of an idea not to do. So I will do that. I do think, aside from like just disrupting the flow of Mario Maker streams, I do think that as like the playthrough streams have become more self-contained, you know, used to be that every stream had a little bit of something, you know? It used to be that every Monday stream... Fuck. Used to be every Monday stream was like Mario Maker and then playing through a video game. You know, and now Monday streams are just the playthrough and that's it. And, I kind of like them to be focused, you know? I kind of like those streams to not have to do anything other than play the game, you know? If the Wind Waker stream on Monday involved, like, Tears of the Kingdom and its final episode, its final installment, that'd be weird, I feel like. I do think viewer-level streams are more flexible, and also because they happen, like, all the time. Like, doing something else before or after or during, I think is, like, perfectly fine and, like, and cool, you know? But I do think maybe the time for these things has passed. Hello, thank you for the level. And also, it's more the time for things that are the very most, like a shag, very good. At the very most, or like a fuck me! Again! I keep forgetting about that lava pit. I think the time is now for more things that are just like, at most, like momentary diversions. You know? Like, the Pikmin is a great example, probably the best channel point redemption we have. I think that a clip that was like, a random clip that of like 60 seconds tops in length would be a great thing to have as a channel point reward. I think I want to try to find like more channel point rewards like those ones that don't, you know, that don't really take any time or effort or get in the way. But I have to come up with them. And also I have to do that while working on everything else in my life, you know? So it's, you know, not there yet. Jump, wall jump, wall jump, wall jump. I'm a little worried. She takes a set time to go back and forth. Two seconds. What is this? Oh, down!
Oh, no.
The answer was to go down into the pipe, not up the wall jump there. That run, I fucked up on the first thing. I didn't, like, hit this first man as fast as I could. Anyway, the other idea I have is to, like, set it up more in advance, you know? It could be that we have stuff like that in the future, but instead of having it be like a... God damn it, that was a waste. Instead of having it be like a thing that we know about for months and months, right? That's on the table forever. Instead of having it be like, okay, for this stream, I have enabled, like, 30-minute distraction thing. And, you know, maybe instead of like a single big channel point thing, it can be one of those channel point goals that everyone has to contribute to. So if it is to happen, multiple people would have to contribute, and You know, as a result, multiple people would have to be, like, interested in it. Or, like, think it would be funny to make me, like, do it. You know? But also, it would be only limited to, like, specific streams in which it's offered. It wouldn't be, like, an evergreen thing that could pop up at any moment. You know, and I would set it up all ahead of time. And say, like, hey, we're doing this thing this week. This week, we have the potential to do X, Y, Z. And that would be fun. And hell, it doesn't have to be a Mario Maker stream. Though, those ones probably have the best chance of it. Of, like, actually achieving it. Actually, like, meeting the goal. Could be some other stream, or like an event stream. Has that as a thing. I guess with event streams, those tend to be sort of variety streams already. So, like, having a channel point goal to play something for 30 minutes isn't quite as a disruption, you know? Those streams do already involve bouncing around from game to game. So, it's kind of already in line with what they're already about, you know? 20 seconds. This is not a lot of time. We're boned. Definitely boned here.
Oh no!
Good and well boned. Thank you, CK, Mario Gamer. I appreciate it. Go ahead and get up the next one. It was by BitBros Giron. Does not appear to be in chat. I'll say from here on out we'll do we'll honor the whether they're here or not. So, BitBro, go ahead and confirm. You are up. Meanwhile, I'll do another card. Y'all remember cafeteria food? One of the videos I watched this week was about, like, the history of like, cafeteria food and how it came to be. That was one of the evil food supply videos that was pretty, like, relatable, obviously. Like, who hasn't seen cafeteria food? Like, goddamn, that was nasty. That was nasty shit. Just completely unedible, I would say. I'd say all of it. Like, even like the pizza that they had, I just could not. I'll tell you what I did, like, through, like, middle school, through elementary school, middle school, the works. I just, like, fasted throughout the entire day. I just would not touch the shit. I would just, like, go to lunch, not eat shit, go home, eat a big dinner. You know, that was how I did, you know. It wasn't until, like, high school where, you know, I had a car, and I could drive, and I could, oh. It wasn't until high school where I could drive, where I started, like, Well, that was 2 really quick lives. Thank you for the level. Again, I'll say if you are here, I will give you the full... I'll upgrade you to the regular lightning round. But if not, we gotta move on. Once I could drive and go to, like, actual restaurants, like, oh my god, I could start having lunch. And that, was just really good. It's good to have lunch. It's good to have a meal in the middle of the day, you know. Balance the meals throughout, like, 1 in the morning, 1 in the middle of the day, 1 in the evening, and, like, snack thereafter, you know, after the rest of them. But, yeah, just cafeteria food. I just couldn't. Mad Mantis loved it. Wow. It could be me. Pig slop. They feed the pigs better, is the thing. The problem is the cafeteria food has to be made for, like, 10 cents a meal, or something like that, or like $1 per meal, and they just can't do it as well as McDonald's does. I'll say, like, honestly, even McDonald's, I can't do a McDonald's. And also, they're not $1 anymore, I'm pretty sure. I don't know how the dollar menu works economically, but like, it is not. You can't really sell food for $1 anymore unless you're talking like a small treat. It just doesn't work. And certainly, cafeteria food, oof, ah. I'm gonna go ahead and hit next. Get up the next person. It is Mad Mantis, who is here. Perfect. Tell you what, you're the actual first person who is here. Should we get the bonus heads? You know what? I'll do it. I'll give you a set of bonus heads as well. Special treat. Like I said, usually just reserved for the first in the lightning round, but oh, hey, you got Mario heads. But also gonna give it to you because you're the first one to actually, like, you know, been here the whole time. And again, appreciate the hell out of that. Let's fucking go. Bonus heads would not be a bad idea for, like, a channel point redemption either. But I don't know, I do like them as a subscriber benefit, you know. You know, besides the emote lineup, which, by the way, is quite lovely. Look at all those emotes. Aren't they nice? I find them quite useful. Besides the emote lineup, I like to have just that other thing as, like, one extra thing that subscribers can have. I know that there's other, like, streamers that do, like, priority for subscribers, you know. But I feel like with the lightning round, things move fast enough where once you get to the lightning round, at least, everyone can be pretty much assured that their turn will come up before too long. Unless something wacky happens, like, I don't know, shield surfing for 30 minutes. Like, that throws a wrench into things a little bit, but still, your turn will come up. Things are moving. '90s tuned by the Breeders. CBR, it's sweeping the nation. I'm not familiar with this song. Will I know it when I hear it? Cannonball Rush. Huh? Whoa. Okay, I see what's going on here. This start kind of reminds me of, it was popular back then, but most people don't know. I've never been much of a music person. I don't know, like, all the popular music that there is. Okay, we need to, like, jump and land on it. We need to jump and land on it mid-flight, so we can't get behind it before jumping. Okay. This kind of reminds me of, what is it called? In DKC 3, the level with the where the bazooka is just firing cannons up the middle. Is it Confused Cliffs? No, I don't think it is, but name's not if you do the loop in the beginning. Oh! Loop in the beginning will do it for us. Okay. Oh! Fuck. It'll all line up if we do the loop in the beginning, but we also have to run to the left really fast. I see. Let's go. We don't have that many more tries left, but... Ah! Maybe there'll be a checkpoint or something. I don't know. And again, I'll say, you can always resubmit a level. Even in the lightning round, we can have... Fuck. 2 tries at it. Thank you for the level. That seems really cool. I definitely want to beat it at some point. Feel free to resubmit whatever you want to do. Or, well, actually, you submitted your code, so we have our choice. You know, next time. We have our choice if you want me to do the same one or check out a different one. Up to you. I'm going to hit next. I'm going to refresh our lives. Jack. Jack, you are up. Let me at Jack. You are up. Do another card. Did you hear about the horse shit Disney Channel got up to way back with the pay? Yeah, I heard about this. Apparently, this came out of like the SAG-AFTRA strike, you know, the SAG writers, the writers and the actors strike. Basically, they were saying like, yeah, so Disney actors on new shows, they got to be paid under minimum wage until like season 3 of a show, right? Season 3, season 4, until like a couple seasons had went by. So what Disney would do is they would reboot every show every 3 seasons so they could get away with just paying them less than minimum wage forever. You know, they would take like I don't know the names of the shows, but it'd be like Million Gyrus, and then it'd be like Million Gyrus Malibu Times. It's technically a new show. It's technically a reboot because it's now in Malibu, and you know, they use that to cheat. They cheat the labor laws and make it so that they could just pay jack shit. Kind of evil. Kind of evil if you think about it. You know, and that kind of thing makes you wonder, like, how the fuck they get away with that? Like, I feel like any lawyer would look at that and go, like, hang on, no, that's not a new show. That's the same show. That's the same show. It doesn't count. Doesn't count. Come on. How can that constitute a new show? It has all the same characters in it. Fuck off. Well, it's in a new location now. Or, oh, it has, like, a bunch of cast members have been changed around. Doesn't count. Doesn't count. Shouldn't count. Still the same show. And honestly, like, for tax, if we're talking like, look, if the law is that new shows need some sort of exception, need to have like some sort of lower pay because like, oh, you know, it's a new show, we need some sort of incentive to invest in it, then I think that like spin-offs shouldn't be included at all, like to begin with, you know, because like spin-offs already have shit. Spin-offs already have, like, a solid, like, base of like, people to draw upon, right? At least they should. Like, that should be the whole reason you're making a spin-off, because you know people are gonna go for it. So, if you have that, like, financial security from the jump, you really should be paying all your actors full wage anyway. You know? Fucked up. I hope they change that law eventually. I actually didn't look and see if they changed that law, but it was one of the things that they were pointing out, and apparently it was a big thing in, like, the aughts, and a big, like, pattern in, like, Disney's, like, programming decisions. Miley Cyrus, I think, included, like, shows like that, of that ilk, that were successful. They just rebooted them so they could pay the actors less. Fucking obscene. All right, that's you know, sudden death. What are we gonna do? Let's go ahead and hit next. Lord Bowser, you are up. You get the heads back up. Lord Bowser, please confirm. You know what to do. Lord Bowser was around. I think Lord Bowser's still there. Yep, there he is. Nice emote. Is that Mario doing like a thing? Well, it's someone in a Mario hat doing a thing, doing like a I raise you a glass. From the distance I'm looking at it on like the preview monitor, it kind of looks like a polygonal Mario, sort of like you know, sharp edges and all. But I don't think it is that. I think it's just the guy. Another streamer, I would assume. Very nice. Kayla Estate. Keela Estate, sorry. Keela. Let's go, let's do it. Is this one we haven't played, Lord Bowser? This is another one that's new for tonight. Spooky. Yep, cool. Happy to see new levels. You make a lot more than I do, like on a regular basis. It takes me a while to like really conceptualize a single level, to figure out what I want to do, figure out where it's going. And I hope the, like, time and thought put into it, you know, is visible in the finished product, and I think it is. But, your levels are also real damn good. And, you just at a much faster rate. You know, I'll say, hey, yours are more traditional. You know, I feel like mine, I go a little bit more out there, you know? Would you agree with that? Mine, I feel like, are just a lot more... With mine, I feel like I'm more going into, like, uncharted territory, typically. Not just, you know, doing, like, a really good take on a traditional stage, you know? Gila must be a streamer. This is cool. I like this. A vertical auto scroll where you're avoiding the boos. And because the boos are like lit up, you can see where they are. That's just pretty damn cool. I like when it just starts moving fast. Like that, every time that happens. Wah! Why is it going like twice as fast? Oh. Oh! You put like fast platforms under the slow platforms. Fuck. Were we supposed to go in that door? You put fast platforms under the slow platforms. Oh my god, that's such a clever trick. God damn. Your levels pull some good, memorable bits too. Your levels are full of good shit. I don't wanna make it sound like I'm down talking them. I'm just trying to explain why mine take an order of magnitude more time. Or like, well, also, you know, it also is a factor of how much time I have. And like how much inspiration I'm feeling on any given day. For me, I do think it's a factor of like, how fast the ideas come together, you know? Like, sometimes ideas just don't come together, and, all the staring at Mario Maker isn't gonna change that. The best thing for it sometimes is just do other things, and eventually when you come back to it, it, will all come flowing out your ass, you know? Downwards. I love that sequence towards the end. That was phenomenal. You got a real winner there in that finale. The rest, I mean, it's good. It's good shit. Could be spiced up a bit, but maybe that drop sequence is as spicy as you need. You know, it's as spicy as really necessary. Complete. Next up is the quirky guy. The quirky guy. Go ahead and confirm. The quirky guy. You are up. Hell yeah, quirky guy. You're here. How about a card? Shout out to the continuing actor/writer strikes. I hope they all get what they want. And, you know, continue holding out until, you know, they get everything they dreamed of. Really, it seems like they were really just getting worked over by, like, streaming companies who just could look at the previous agreements and go like, ah, it says here that you should be paid, well, for TV. It doesn't say you should be paid well for internet. How about we pay you like shit for internet then? And, that turned out to be unsustainable, and I think eventually they gotta come to... What is this? What? Huh? I don't get it. Oh, which one is good for a saw? Okay, I think that means which one would you survive if you did a saw blade. Okay. I got it. I understand. Okay. 2. Which one do you need for an on-off? Aha. The fire flower is the better power-up, but the P-switch, the P-balloon, does the trick. Does the on-off. Last one, let's go. Could have just had like a... Nah, I guess not. I don't know. Could have power-up in the flag. Okay, so there's blocks. Huh? I'm confused here. Oh, I think it means which one is gonna drop the thing. Which one is gonna hit the thing and drop a thing. There we go. That was not the same one that I did. Mine was a green one. Mine was a 1-up. Probably should have been a 1-up there, but whatever. That's good. That's a pretty good quiz. It took me a second to really understand what was being asked, but was easy enough to get, and if I had fucked it up, would have been able to figure it out on the second go. Very nice. Go ahead and hit complete. Go ahead and hit next. Mad Mantis, you are up. Mad Mantis. Go ahead and confirm again. I'm gonna do another card. How do y'all chat on Twitch? Kinda wondering this. Personally, let me tell you how I chat on Twitch. When I watch Twitch, I tend to be on the couch, you know, reclined, you know? And that makes chatting difficult, so what I tend to do is I use my phone, I pull up the stream on my phone, go chat only, and then use my phone to chat when I feel like. It was a progressive power-up if you chose the one that made you big. It would have been a fire flower and not a mushroom. Oh, huh. That's a funny interaction. Oh! I see. Because it's not, you know, it's... That makes sense, actually, quirky guy. Because how else would you make it so that it knew which one you went through? Which of the 3 holes you went through? It's not like you can flip a switch or something that like, switches between the 3 of them. Like, no, that just don't work. Anyway, I always like to recline and then just have the chat on the phone, and then when I want to chat, pull it up and do a thing, and that's a good time for me. I enjoy it, you know. Classic weekend jig. If y'all just like are just on your I don't know, maybe most people just watch on their computers and just are or on their phones even. And are just like doing it all on one screen. At like an office chair or something. But I would recommend, you know, what? Oh. I would recommend the couch. The couch, phone, computer, TV, Twitch experience. It's pretty good. So I'm pretty sure that we'll go through here multiple times. The first time we need to get all of them. I assume we need to get all of them. We're not going to get like a second lap through. Well, maybe we can get multiple laps through. It's unclear. But for now, I'm going to assume that we're one and done here. You get as many tries as you want. Okay. So we can keep on going through. So, okay, cool. We fuck up, we don't have to, like, die immediately. Okay. We got 2 tries left here. There's a reset. Okay. That helps a lot. And that reset, you can either go through the same way you did before, or you can go through a different way. What song is... What is this from? I don't recognize it off the top of my head. Let me see what it says here. It probably says on the pause screen or something. Classic weekend gig. Not familiar. I'll tell you, I'm not really a big music person. I don't know, like, all the songs that there are. Well, I guess no one knows all the songs that there are, but, like... No, I don't know. No. Never was a much big listener of the radio. And in more recent times, just haven't been. It's the music from Paperboy. Ah, okay. Well, that's not radio music. That's different. We're on our last try, shit. Noticing now we're on our last try. Dang it! It's fucking Koopa. Thank you for the level. Maybe we'll get another shot at it later. Next up, the quirky guy. You're back up again. Go ahead and confirm. You were here just a minute ago. We're moving pretty fast right now, I'll say. Let me get up another thing. And again, feel free to continue to submit levels until such time as the queue is closed. Did you know they don't print instructions for Lego anymore? You use an app instead. Found this out recently, heard it on Discord. I haven't, like, bought Lego in ages and ages, but that kind of makes me sad. I don't really like the proliferation of, like, apps to replacing, like, menus and stuff. I'll say, like, I eat a lot of fast food, so, like, I don't necessarily see a lot of that, you know? I don't... The only place I can think of that really does that here that I, like, go to is Wingstop, and I think they do it so that they can't... So you can't just order verbally anymore, which I think is pretty weird. Oh, hey, this is cool. It's a reflection level. Seen this before. It's always cool, though. Oh, shit. I fucked up. I need to let him, like, do a thing. Is he dead? I'll get it this time. Anyway, I just thought that was weird. I'll tell you, I've never gotten into the Lego as an adult. You know, I just don't know, like, where I would put any of that stuff if I were to, but I bet it makes a good gift. I would probably give that as a gift or something. I wouldn't hate it, it's just, like, I don't know, like, what I would be interested in. I do know that as far as, like, Lego goes, there's, like, there's now some Donkey Kong Country sets that are pretty cool. I've heard... Hey, here's a rumor you might have heard. You hear about this? There's going to be, Animal Crossing sets. So says the rumor. Animal Crossing Legos are coming next year. Says the rumor. That should be pretty good, I don't know. Like, a Nook's Cranny would be a pretty good thing to build in Lego, I think. Kinda sad that there's not paper instructions anymore, but I guess, you know, if I'm thinking about it, I always did lose those instructions. And I have no idea where any of the Lego sets I had as a kid, their instructions are, so it's probably fine that they're all apps now. That means you can just find them, and you don't have to worry about losing them anymore. And I guess kids do love apps, so it's not like a thing that would be weird to them or their parents at this point, since their parents are like my age rather than like my parents' age. A sad thing to think about. Well, maybe it's not sad. It's weird to think that all the parents out there are about my age or younger. Or maybe a little bit older if they have like teenage type kids, you know. I guess it depends on when they had their kids. Next up is Lord Bowser again. Lord Bowser just submitted this like a minute ago. Is good to go. I'm gonna do another card. Talk about the Gran Turismo movie trailer. That's a movie I don't want to watch and probably will not, but I thought it was But, you know, it's the kind of trailer you watch and you go like, oh, that seems dumb. I'm pretty sure that's not a thing that happened. You know, I don't really think there's like a pro Gran Turismo scene to begin with, much less one that would turn around and like go become like actual race car drivers. Bowser's Fury pissed you off, so you decided to watch the YouTube? Oh, so you had to go to like a guide or something? Figure out like what to do next? Dang. Were you trying to do it all in one session? All in a single session, Lord Bowser? Like, complete 100%? That game's not very long, and it's just very pleasant for the whole length of it, but I can understand if you're trying to, like, hold yourself to 100% in a single session. That last, whatever, probably gonna be pretty frustrating. I'll say again a thing I have said a million times. Bowser's Fury is definitely a game I would look at if I were trying to make like a full-ass game of my own. You know, the way it gets so much value out of you know, the levels that it has, reusing them and like remixing them and like putting in new objectives and new enemies. I think that stuff's just brilliant. I think that stuff's just inspired, and you know, I would love to see a 2D platformer take on those ideas and really just, you know, I think it would make for a much more robust game than you otherwise would get. You know, I feel like that's sort of the weakness of 2D platformers, right? That you can play them all in maybe like, you know, you could play DKC 2 in like a couple hours if you're really good, you know. Even including all the collectibles and the optional stuff, you know. More optional stuff, I think, would be needed to make a modern one of those that really stands, that really, like, you know, lasts as long as a player would expect. And I think the methods that Bowser's Fury does are just what the doctor ordered, you know? There's no more levels in the queue, so we can just go on and do more of Lord Bowser's stages. Yeah, let's plow on. That sounds good to me. I'll say if anyone, you know, you submit a level, we'll do it, you know. But like, so long as the queue is empty, we'll truck for now, and maybe aim for the finish this super world by the end, assuming that I don't like, you know, die 5 times and, you know, have to move on. You won't interrupt the flow? Honestly, more levels the merrier. I don't mind flow interruptions. Honestly, my like modus operandi typically, how I deal with just one super world in the flow is sometimes I break it up with my own levels. You know, because I got a lot of really good levels of my own that are absolutely worth showing off. But I don't know, I think tonight I'm just about ready to wrap up. I don't think we have that many more cards left. In fact, let me pull one. Did you see the Marvel Snap roadmap? Widescreen PC release is near. Yeah, so this is one of the last cards, I will say. Marvel Snap is a game that I love, but it has one fatal flaw. The PC client is just basically the mobile client. To the point where it's literally portrait mode. It's literally vertically oriented. And apparently they've said like, hey, we've actually done the work now. We've actually been reworking the game to be playable widescreen and rethinking about how that will all do. And it's gonna look good, and I'm looking forward to that. And I'll say, like, I've streamed Marvel Snap a couple times, and every time I think it's weird how the actual play space that the game is played in is so damn small compared to, like, the space that's available. You know, it basically ends up with just empty space on the left side and across the whole right side. And I feel like that's terrible for like stream layouts, to the point where like every Marvel Snap streamer does like a funky layout where they sort of cut it up, and they sort of put the main play area in the middle, they put like the top over at the sides, they put like the players that are facing off each other like over in the corners or something, and they just do a bunch of stuff to make a custom layout that actually looks good. And well, I don't want to do that. I just want it to be good, like out of the box, and apparently they're planning on doing that. I'll say, as a mobile game, I love it. I play it every day, I do all my dailies, I buy the season pass, and once they do a PC release, like, I don't know when exactly that's gonna be, sometime in the near future. When they do it, we will absolutely do some sort of stream, checking that out, and, you know, me playing it. Shit.
Oh no!
Not good. We will absolutely do some sort of stream wherein I play it, and, you know, and I'll maybe build some decks or something, I don't know. I mean, I guess the thing about that is I probably should play, like, not just one deck that whole stream. Like, I tend to just, like, play what I'm playing, or, like, play something that will get me a quest, a daily done. You know, a daily quest done. I don't tend to, like, build new decks all the time. Well, we should probably do something like that. Probably do, like, build some decks. Maybe even net deck a little. Just play, like, something that's known to be good that we can have a look at and discuss, like, various strategies and stuff that are present in that game. Fuck!
Oh no!
Should be a great time. Look for it. Whenever that happens, we'll do a thing. How about that Bluesky, which, again, I am now in. That there's the last card. You can tell because of the floral arrangements on the card. That means it's the last one. That means we're all out of cards, which, hey, great. We're about to the end here regardless, so that all is timed perfectly. Been using Bluesky. I'll say, features-wise, I don't see that there's much it has that Twitter did not have back when it was Twitter and not X. You know, I would describe it as sort of like, yeah, it's like Twitter, it's okay. There's not as many people there yet, and the people who are there, you know, I don't think they're like, a lot of the people I follow seem to be like tweeting more than using Bluesky in particular. Probably in a lot of cases because they have like an order of magnitude fewer followers on Bluesky. And as a result, like, you know, I'm looking at the Blueskypes, the skeets, they call them skeets on Bluesky. You can look at the skeets of like people you follow who are relatively big and see like, oh, you know, they're not getting like thousands of likes per tweet, per skeet, but more like in the manner of like a dozen or so, which is like, man, it must be hard to recalibrate from Twitter, you know, seeing the number go into the thousands and having that be like a good number, and then having to like accept a much smaller looking number, and then go like, well, for this service, it's actually pretty good. For this service, that number is actually quite sizable. Hey, checkpoints refreshes our things. So I think that's cool. I'll say the rate at which Bluesky moves is pretty slow. No, like I said, I'm following like a fourth of the amount of people I'm following on Twitter, which, you know, is like honestly not that bad. You know, it's kind of close to what. Also, wait, I'm wondering something now.
Oh no!
Sorry if this is a waste of time, but I have an idea. There's totally a wall there. Can I just go up and destroy the wall? What happens if I do that? You can do it. What happens if you do this? Is this like a bonus or... Oh. Okay. Just aesthetics. Never mind. There we go, good. There's not that many tweets and skeets and stuff to do. So you will, like, run out of skeets pretty quickly. You know, if you're just, like, trying to do what you do on Twitter, just pull it up on occasion. You'll find, like, okay, you know, after, like, a couple hours or whatever, how many skeets have there been? Like, 1 or 2. And you'll be like, oh. You know, I was kind of expecting to have to read for, like, more than, like, 2 seconds. You know? I feel like right now, with the amount of people I'm following, which I guess I could follow more people, but I feel like I could read all the skeets in a day in, like, under a minute. You know? Which is weird, but also I don't want to go back to, like, having a whole hours of my day spent reading Twitter. Reading, like, something that's like Twitter, so I'm not sure if it's good or bad to start slow there and, like, work my way up. I will say, the one feature that like, Bluesky has that's, like, brand new is that you can, like, get different feeds added to your, like, list of different feeds. Like, in addition to, like, mentions and, like, you know, just all the people you're following and whatever. You can also, like, get custom feeds that have, like, different combinations of, content, I guess, is how I would describe it. For instance, there's a feed that you can get that's just like every post that's been marked as explicit. You know, every post that the pornography centers have cached. And you can just, like, scroll through like, mostly dicks, and some boobs and some vaginas and butts. You know, and just, like, and a lot of furry art. A lot of furry stuff as well. You can just scroll through that on end if you want, which is kind of bizarre as a feature to have, you know. And also, there's, like, other versions that, like, oh, here's just a feed that's, like, filtered to be all art. You know, anything that's tagged with art gets into this. Or, here's a feed that's, like, a bunch of people who are in, like, you know, who are in, like, politics or, like, news reporting. So it's, like, just a list of all... So it's, like, the equivalent of lists in a way, except more robust. It can be more programmatic. It can do things like, oh, this is all the posts from the people you follow. No reskeets. Or whatever. No replies, no reskeets. Or there could be another thing that's like, here's all your mutuals. Here's specifically mutuals only, those who follow you back. The feed of just those. All these features are neat. I don't think it quite is like a you know, compelling in its own right quite yet. But I will say I'm happy to be in there, and if anyone wants to, like, follow me again, just look for the Master DS. There's probably only one of them in there. I'll tell you what we're gonna do the rest of this stream. I am going to close the queue soonish. I'm going to do last calls after this level. I'm gonna do last calls after this level and give y'all some time to get in any last levels. What do I mean by some time? Well, I'm gonna play some of my own levels real quick like and show y'all what kind of levels I put out. Okay? So last call is it coming? That'll be after this one. I'm going to hit complete on Bowser's code and let y'all get in some more. And I will encourage everyone to get in one. You know, Mad Mantis, you know, you're talking about the flow getting interrupted. The flow's gonna get interrupted. We're gonna play some of my levels. Now is the time to, like, get in one of each of everyone who's watching's levels, if they so choose. Last calls, and Bowser, I think it'd be cool if we... What are we doing? Maybe go into the pipe there? It'd be cool if we ended on you, Bowser, so maybe, like, hold off on submitting until maybe,
Oh no!
Mad Mantis has. In fact, Mad Mantis, hey, if you're still around, go ahead and submit. Now's the perfect time to. Anyone else, please. Perfect time to submit. Get in one last level. I'll make it clear when we're ending. Or like when the queue is gonna close, so Bowser, you can get it in then. Gonna be a good final thing, and then we'll do a raid. I think I like to raid Dan Reichert after on my Friday streams, and he, as far as I know, is doing a stream tonight. I'm not sure if he's still doing a stream tonight. It's with his dad, and his dad is an early sleeper. You know, doesn't stay up too late. Maybe they're already, like, done. And, you know, it won't be going late into the night. But if I know Dan, he's probably going until, like, 3 a.m., whether his dad goes to bed or not. Which I am down for. Alright. I'm going to hit, complete. And I'm going to put the mini one in there. Mad Mantis, you're next. You're good for it whenever that comes up. But first, I'm going to show off some of my own levels. Everyone, now's the time. Last call. Get in your levels. Now. What levels should we play from my past history? You know, we're doing the last world of your super world, Lord Bowser. Why don't we do, conversely, the first world of my super world? Oh, you know what? We could do a thing like every week where we go another world further. We could just start going through the super world in particular. That's a fun way to do it. And I'm probably not going to update this super world until, like, you know, until a long time from now, so probably will be pretty doable. I'll also say my levels are, you know, especially early on, they're not that long, so... Well, I say that they're like regular length, like a minute 2, something in that neighborhood. This level is based around, the main thing I wanted to do with this one is to make the blaster cannon cap helmet feel good. So made enemies that were like fun to hit with the bullet bill, with the cannon, and also some bouncies for fun. Like those guys, it's fun to shoot them. Also, you got those guys. You can either like go under, which I think is fun, to dodge it, or you can shoot them, which you know, also works pretty well. Really happy with this level. I have on occasion thought like maybe I could have used like a couple less Goombas or something. You know, it doesn't have to be Goombas all the time, but I think I like where it ended up, and definitely a really solid 1-1. With 1-1, you always have to deal with the simple fact that a 1-1 ought to be pretty vanilla. You know, it ought to be a pretty simple level. It ought to be pretty straightforward. And how exactly do you spice that up? I decided to spice it up with a power-up. That was my approach, and I think it worked pretty well. Here's the second level, which is called, Crumble Rumble. Crumble Rumble was the first level that got created for the Super World. It got created before 1-1 even. 1-1 actually came in at the end of the world originally. Like it was the last one to get made of World 1. I had an idea for this, and I will say it's a bit more difficult than the 1-1 is, but I feel like that's fine. I feel like that's cool. I kind of think Ropey Rampage is a lot harder than 1-1, you know, first level of DKC. And yet, that's never happened before. And yet it's still a damn good level. I swear to you, that's never happened before. I've never seen the spike kill the Koopa before I could jump on him. I don't think I've ever seen that. Also, you can see that, like, there's springs in these, platforms such that, it slows down the thwomp's, like, advance a little bit. Slows it down a little bit so that you have more time to, like, platform and stuff. Usually those guys throw it to the left. And it allows me to, like, tune exactly how fast those guys are coming at you. You know? And get into, like, the... slow it up, speed it up as needed. A weird thing is, you can get that with spin jumping, but I think my original intent was that you would get it by, you know, using a Koopa shell. This level is nearly you know, I would probably, like, move that thing down 1 if I were making any changes. It's no big deal, though. It's still great. Most people probably don't know that interaction anyway, and also, even if they do, it's fine. Here, if you want to get the 50 coin, you have to get a Koopa shell and throw it upwards. I guess you could also maybe, like, try to get on top of that, that guy, but, that seems near impossible. I like all the key stuff in this level, too, like how you keep on having to get keys in little quick quests, and then go through a door, and then stuff happens. That all feels really good. I have to say, I think this level is still remains one of the best levels of the Super World, and just one of the best gimmicks for a level I put in the Super World. Still, I would say. Maybe, you know, there's been many of them since then. Maybe there are some that rival it, but just damn good. Again, we are in last call. Get any levels that you have in now. I'm going to do this world of mine, and then we're going to do the last levels in the queue in the order that they were submitted. And I will say I tend to be okay reopening a queue for, like, new viewers who haven't gotten in the level in the rest of the stream. But, you know, I'd rather not if I can avoid it, so would recommend getting in now. This level, which is, Fossil Fracas. Fossil Fracas? Yes, Fossil Fracas. Grand Gully 3 was intended to be sort of a, was inspired by the likes of the, like, the rigging stages in DKC 2. My intent was to make a level that felt like those ones do. Like, as far as, like, the level geometry goes. I never know if, like, geometry is the right word to describe, like, the shape all the platforms take. And the way that they feel when, strung together as, like, a path. I think I nailed it. I think it's very cool and also very fun with, like, the big Mario to destroy the guys as you go. There's a lot of stuff with, like, pokies where, you know, you sort of have to time it a little bit to get in without taking damage. That shit's real fun. This level will always give you big Mario by default, so even if you lose a thing, you know, even if you start from the checkpoint, you will be Big Mario the next time you go. Just really cool. For the first vertical level of the Super World, I think it does the job really well. And, you know, feels real nice. I don't think it's like... No, it's not like one of the, I don't think it's like one of the top vertical levels in the Super World. But I'm really proud of it and really happy with it as, you know, the role that it plays here. And also, I think that jumping on that power block at the end is very fun. Good little moment there at the very end. Originally, one of the levels was going to be one of the original ideas for this super world. The original idea for like 1-2, in fact, was a level called Aftershock Rock, where the basic idea was you would have screens that were like full to bursting with enemies, and you would have to get to a certain location and hit a power block to clear them all out. Ended up going with Crumble Rumble instead, and I think that was the right choice. I think that's much better than what you know, Aftershock Rock would have been. I feel like that's just a good rule of thumb with any world, right? Just have one. Be willing to occasionally cut a planned level, change things up if you have a better idea. You know, because, yeah, look, you know, the ideas you have at the start, you could have a better idea later, you know? That's just how it is. I will say one more time, oh, this level, by the way, is based around going left against the wind and then flying back with the wind really nice and fast. Cool idea, I think. I'll say again, we're in last call, so if you have levels, this is the last chance to get them in. Please go ahead and submit. And after I do this level and the next one, which is, by the way, somewhat short, you don't have to worry too much. Oh, I also used the treadmills there to, like, counteract the wind a bit. I thought that was fun. I love how these, like, tornado guys work to, like, move the moles around and, like, put them onto platforms above themselves. That ended up working so well. The hell of a level. Whenever you make a level, it never turns out the way you first planned it. Oh yeah. You know, hey, that's... You know, it's like war. It's like battle, you know? First encounter with the enemy, you know? Ideas they develop as they start to come together, as you start to try things, as you iterate. Level design, it's an iterative process. You figure out what works, what doesn't, and you go from there, and eventually a full polished level comes out. And you go, what the hell? You know?
Mario time.
How did this happen? I don't know. I feel ya. I feel ya, Mad Mantis. One more, and this is a short one. For most of the boss levels in this super world, I decided not to go with actual boss levels, but instead 20-second levels that have like a clear condition to them, which I will say I am more inspired by like DKC bonus levels in particular, where they always have an objective and you know, they make you do a thing. In this case, you have Big Mario, and you have to jump on the power blocks to kill all the guys. And that does it, you know? And you can see there's some last POWs that are delivered, and well, bam! 20 seconds, as I said. And that there was the first world, Grand Gully. A good introductory world. The difficulty is not, I think, at its easiest. Maybe the second level aside, which is a bit tougher, but I think it's all very well balanced. I think it all has a bunch of original ideas in each of them, and it's a good way to start the Super World. Hell yeah, Lord Bowser. Anyway, we'll maybe go into the next world next week. Maybe we'll do just the Super World for a while. That sounds like a good idea. Do the 7 worlds one at a time. Okay, let's go ahead and close the queue. The queue is now closed. And we just got Mad Mantis and Bowser to do. And then we'll do some sort of raid and send y'all somewhere. Let's go ahead. Mad Mantis has been here. Is good. And I'll say, like, in any case where I'm, like, stalling for time, or, like, I do something else, you know, where I take a little bit of a break. I'm okay, like, you know, having the you are here happen before that, you know? If you're here at any point in, like, the stalling process, you know, the stalling process is the wrong word. If you're here, like, when I start pulling up my own worlds or whatever, you're good to go for whenever you come up, but, you know, it's kind of a rare case. This level looks easier than the one we were playing earlier. Yours was the one that, we died on, right? Oh, it's not that hard. We just have to jump over one saw. And jump off a fish. What song is this? I don't recognize it. Mantis's Better Man. Close. That was feeling pretty close. Better Man by Pearl Jam. I'm sure it's not good enough where, like, the DMCA will catch it. Not to besmirch the cover of it, but, you know, that is a random thought I just had. Like, oh, what about DMCA? That's not gonna, they're not gonna catch it. This stream kind of started out with some DMCA. Never catches on music levels? That's good. I'll say again, a thing that's annoying right now is that there's a lot of, like, video game cover things out there that are just, like, flagging video games, video game music. You know, just, like, covers of video game music that are, like, flagging various games, like Banjo-Kazooie. Banjo-Tooie Atlantis is now being flagged. I found out that recently. Apparently, I'm hearing that, like, Paper Mario music in general is just being flagged to hell, which is just so annoying. At some point, if there's like a song that keeps on getting falsely picked up, the creator should have to, like, opt in and say, like, oh yeah, that is my song. That is not a cover of it, or, you know, the original video game music. I guess the thing is, they have to be, like, proactive. They have to be, like, you know... Damn it. We lost our flow there, and, didn't quite make it through. Thank you for the level. Hopefully we'll get another shot of it another time. I will say, we do Mario Maker streams every Friday evening. That is the Mario Maker schedule, starting at 6 p.m. and going for a couple hours thereafter. Last level of tonight. Let me hit next. You're welcome, you're welcome. How can you have a video game platform and then ban video game music? I'll tell you, I'm kind of specifically thinking about the YouTube algorithm in particular. The YouTube algorithm for, like, VODs and stuff. That's been the one that more picks up on, like, those covers and stuff. I'm not sure that Twitch's one has those in their list. And also, you know, I'll say, like, VODs on Twitch, they kind of don't matter except for the purpose of, like, pulling clips from them. Yeah, nah, Twitch is cool. Twitch is kind of... What Twitch does if they find, like, offending music is that they will mute it, and they will have, like, no recourse for you. YouTube is kind of cooler about that, in that they will at least, like, they won't mute it, but they will just put a fat thing that says, like, hey, the music is from Coverman number 5 on the bottom of your thing, which, you know, might not be accurate. It's from Banjo-Tooie. It's Banjo-Tooie. Nope, that's not right. It's the last one. See? World 5, that's the final castle. We've done the other 4. Whichever one the castle is, that's the one we're beating. 8C, that's the one. I would like it if they changed something. And honestly, I would like it if, like, Twitch had some sort of appeals process. Like, Twitch's Twitch doesn't do it as much and the VODs don't matter as much, but still, when like something gets muted and you're like, God fucking damn it, that's not actually, that's wrong right there. It is annoying. And I will say, for what it's worth, a lot of the YouTube ones are like no impact. You know, the content owner lets the music be played. But you know, it's still annoying when it's like, okay, so guy who made Banjo-Tooie cover, you're gonna let me have it. No, I don't accept that, because it's still not yours. I don't want your name, like, under the VOD as, like, the owner of the music. That makes no sense. I don't know, like, what the case is with the Banjo, with the Paper Mario one. Hopefully that's not a case where they're trying to, like, ass out existing people. I don't know. Damn shame. And I think that they really ought to fix it. The problem is that it's like a legal obligation and not really something that anyone really wants to do. Like, I don't think anyone at YouTube or Twitch really want to do it. They just gotta protect their ass. So, they gotta, like, side on the side of the copyright guy first. I guess. Which is just shit. You know? It's just kind of shit. This is a good boss fight. Okay. Ooh. In the zone there. Anyway. I'll say, while we're wrapping up, I'm not sure, like, what we're going to be doing next week as far as other streams go. You know, obviously Monday will be Wind Waker, as it's been for the last couple of weeks since I started that game. It'll be the final Wind Waker. I'm at the final area. You know, I've gotten all the Triforce pieces. I've gotten everything I need to go fight the final boss and, you know, go through the final thing. So that'll be Monday. As for Thursday, I'm not sure. I do still have a lot of Game Pass games downloaded that we could check out that I haven't played before, like Loop Hero. There's the versus mode in Deathloop that I've never played before. When I had it on PlayStation, I didn't have PSN, so I couldn't do the mode where you play as Joanna. Joanna? Where you play as Joanna and you like invade other people's worlds. I'd like to do that live on stream for the first time. So maybe have that be part of a Game Pass stream. We could absolutely do one of those next week as well, but I'll say, like, I have considered other things, like, you know, maybe Paper Mario Randomizer. That's always fun. Other randomizers, like I like Super Metroid I like Fusion Randomizer, Metroid Fusion Randomizer. Minish Cap Randomizer is great. And at some point, maybe I could take another crack at Majora's Mask Randomizer, but I would have to tweak the settings and make them like much more streamlined than I did than like the Blitz rules even. Like I need to make it so that's, for instance, like arrow stuff and or like the archery game and like the horse race. I don't want those to be checks. I also maybe should remove like. I would remove the entire bottom of the well. Fuck that area. Bottom of the well is a nightmare to get in the randomizer. Like, fuck if that's necessary. And when I played last, it was necessary to go into the I think it was necessary to go into the bottom of the well area. Which the bottom of the well, the Gibdo well, not the one in Ocarina. Please understand, different thing. I could also try out at some point the Ocarina / Majora's Mask combined randomizer. That might be too chaotic. I would have to see if there's like settings to make that really easy. That sounds like a fun idea though. I should consider that for one of these streams or some other combined randomizer. I guess the thing is, like, I play a lot of randomizers. I don't think any of them are the ones that people combine. You know how, like, no one's made a Paper Mario DK64 combined randomizer yet. And I don't think they will. That'd be cool, though, if someone was just, like, able to make, like, okay, this is any N64 randomizer with any other N64 randomizer. Would that be possible? No, I don't think so. You would have to have it so that one randomizer system works for several different randomizer things. Thank you for the level. We finished your super world. You're gonna have to find something else for us next time, Lord Bowser. I appreciate it. And, well, that was a lovely stream. We did shield surfing. We did a whole lot of y'all's levels. That's fun. Let me go ahead and pull up the schedule. This Monday, next Monday, I'll be finishing Wind Waker HD, the finale of that. The whole stuff from going down to Hyrule all the way to the end of the game. So that'll be probably one session. I can't imagine it taking more than one. I don't know how long it's going to take. It might end up being the shortest stream of that, but that'll be fun. Look for that on Monday. Thursday, I'm not sure. I'm thinking about it. Maybe another Game Pass stream, maybe something else. The Game Pass stream, by the way, if you don't know, that's basically a stream where I play a bunch of Game Pass games I've never played before. So, a lot of switching back and forth. Yesterday, I tried out like 8 games. Let's see if I can name them all. Redfall, Venba, Serious Sam, Siberian Mayhem, Figment 2? Toem. Toem was one of them. The last ones were... The last one, Toem, and then there was, Exoprimal. Exoprimal was one of them. Exoprimal. The last one was Ghostwire Tokyo. And then, what was the one that I'm forgetting? That was in the middle somewhere. Let me see. 1 second. And the last one was... Look at the description of my, the stream for yesterday. It was Arcade Paradise, right. Arcade Paradise was the 8th one of that. I have a lot more games downloaded. We could do another stream of that, of just trying out random games off Game Pass. But who knows, we'll see. And then Fridays, of course, will always be viewer levels. Let me go ahead and set in a raid. Let me see who's streaming and who I can raid. Dan Reichert is doing Super Mega Baseball 4 with his dad. That's who I'm gonna raid. I like to watch Dan Reichert streams on Friday evenings, and I'm happy to see that he's back at it. He recently has been moving across states to another city, so he's sort of like between houses. So he's not had a normal streaming schedule in a while, which makes me happy to see him on a Friday. I'm gonna send you over there. I will see y'all next time. I'm gonna pull up the stream on my end as well. And we'll see y'all next time, Monday, for Wind Waker HD, the finale of that. Thursday will be something. Friday will always be viewer levels. Monday, see you then. Wind Waker, the end of it. Bye, folks!